acompanhado das autoridades, do ministro da Controladoria Geral da União, Dr. Vinícius Marques de Carvalho, a secretária-geral do Conselho Federal da OAB, doutora Rose Moraes, o diretor-tesoureiro do Conselho Federal da OAB, doutor Délio Lins e Silva Júnior, a presidente da seccional da OAB do Rio de Janeiro,
the president of the Brazilian Bar Association, the honorary member Felipe Santa Cruz, and the coordinator of the Consecutive Commission BRICS Legal, Francisco Caputo, and the vice president of the Lawyer Bar Chinese Association, Pan Yichin, the president of the Council of the Administration of Lawyers of Russia, Vladimir Khrushchev, the president of the Indian Lawyer Bar Association, Prashan Kaman, the president of the Lawyers Associations of South Africa, the representative of lawyers and in the Arab Emirates, Al-Qadid Ahmed Fakid, the secretary of the Special Commission of the Legal BRICS, Bruno Barata, and the president of the University of Science, Political Science and Chinese University, Chiang Kai, the president of the Association of Lawyers in Ethiopia, and the president of the Union Pan-African, Dr. Theodos Chu, the president of the Order of Egypt and vice president of the Lower Bar Association, Dr. Mohammed Massanein, the president of the Center of Lawyers of the Power of Judiciary Rights in Islam, Hassan Abdullahipour, the National Director of Human Resources of the Lawyer Bar Association of Cuba, Mercedes Diaz Velasquez, the Vice President of the Tribunal, Marco Zabra, and the General Secretary of the National Institute of Brazilian Lawyers, Eduardo Gico. Please take your seats for the opening of the jobs. We're going to pass the mic to the president of the AOB, Beto Simonetti. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's with a lot of joy that the Order of Lawyers from Brazil that we welcome all these leaders in the state of Rio de Janeiro this morning so we can together debate themes that are very important to lawyers of each of our countries. So today we come together in the 10th BRICS Forum that will happen today and tomorrow in Rio de Janeiro. Welcome everybody to Brazil, and to all of us, it's a great joy to welcome all of you. I declare in this way and here open our discussion for the 10th BRICS Association. We would like to invite everybody to sing the Brazilian national anthem.
favor, podem se acomodar.
Please take your seats for the opening of the 10th Juridical Forum of BRICS. We would like to invite the National President of AOB, Beto Simonetti. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, a very good morning to all here present, all of the people here present in this place that brings together people of such qualifications in the law around the world. I would like to once again welcome everybody that are here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with a lot of honor that I take part in name of Brazilian law here in this BRICS. Brazil is very proud to host this meeting that along the last decade has brought together people to talk about law in a way of cooperation within our nations. BRICS represents more than an economic arrangement. It affirms a plural way of the world. It's funded in respect and historical references of each country. This juridical forum is part of this spirit, is a place where differences do not annihilate each other, but they bring new learnings for the AOB and the lawyers of Brazil. This is an opportunity to reaffirm values that define us for more than a century. The defense of liberties and democracy. And ladies and gentlemen, about the theme to strengthen the South Global for a way that's more conclusive and sustainable in a world that is transforming itself. The theme will grow in the horizons and reminds us that governance measures in a way of evolution. The cooperation of the Global South expresses a wish of something less disequal, more participative, and including the differences of all of our countries. New forms of power demand new conversations. We demand the recognition of nations that demand the same recognition. The frontiers of law and technological worldwide, they demand new answers. The lawyers of Brazil come together in these efforts, and we believe that progress is only real when it leans on justice. The history of the BRICS is also a history of growth and personal growth. Brazil was part of every step of the way in this meeting. We would like to show that the part that lawyers take is to give voice in diversity in a condition of global decisions. The challenges for our time is dignity and ethics. We not only on public institutions but also private. The development needs to be seen as a process of expansion in real liberties that people take part in a development that doesn't exclude anyone, and a government that includes everybody. The globalization, it's only sustainable if it leans into justice. The growth is only real if it amplifies opportunities and reduces disequalities. This way, I hope that this meeting will inspire us to transform recognition in action and results. The world does not limit itself and already exists. It does. It creates in the way of our bravery and realizing the new. We can look at to what can still be built, and it's what moves us. And it's this that brings us our tasks to with dignity and hope. Thank you everybody, and let's celebrate the laws in each of our country. Welcome very much to Brazil. We would like to thank the words of the AOB president, Beto Simonetti, and we would like to invite the president of AOB in Rio de Janeiro, Ana Teresa Brasilio. Good morning, everybody. I would like to say hello to everybody here present. And I would like to say hello to our president, Beto Simonetti, as well, and our eternal president, Felipe Santa Cruz, that was also president of AOB in Rio de Janeiro. I would like to say hello and say that Rio de Janeiro is hugely honored and thankful that this meeting is happening in our city from lawyers of the countries that are part of the BRICS. And in name of the AOB, and the AOB from Rio de Janeiro that today has more than 60,000 lawyers, I would like to welcome all of you in this forum. It is a motive of pride that all of us are conducting this meeting, and the fact that such talented lawyers are present and bringing the tradition, the juridical tradition of so many different nations, and we are coming together and understanding each other within the jurisdictions is very necessary for the nations. We are searching and looking for solutions inclusive and necessary for the contemporary challenges that we face. In this scenery of global challenges, our part in this is even more relevant, and this is the reason why AOB in Rio de Janeiro would like to guarantee its participation with all the individual liberties of each country here in a just manner based on the cooperation and solidarity of the different countries here. I hope that this forum, it is a space of fertile exchanges and partnerships. I hope that we can leave here with new inspirations and new pathways to search for a more prosperous and just world, and above all, a more peaceful world. BRICS is a great conquest of the countries that are part of it, and it's incredibly important to the balance of the international political scenery, and the union of the law sectors in BRICS is fundamental for these different countries can more and more walk in an integral way, in a more cooperative way. I welcome all of you once more to Rio de Janeiro, and I hope that the debates that we have are very rich and productive, which is what we wish for. Thank you again, and I hope that once you leave here, you live with even more integration than once you came in. Thank you very much.
We thank the greeting of the Rio de Janeiro chapter of the Brazilian Bar Association, Dr. Ana Teresa Basílio, and we invite the coordinator of the Special Executive Commission of BRICS Legal Forum, Bruno Barata, for his greeting. Good morning to everyone. I have the immense honor and satisfaction to bring us all together here in my city of Rio de Janeiro to open the 10th BRICS Legal Forum. I'd like to start by greeting everyone present, and I would like to spend a special greeting to all of the authorities present here today. And I do this on behalf of Beto Simonetti and Felipe Santa Cruz, our honorary lifetime president. This edition of our forum is without a doubt very symbolic and historic. We're celebrating 10 years of celebration and constructive judicial dialogue. Besides this is the third time that Brazil has the privilege of hosting this important event, and this is the second time it happens in Rio de Janeiro. This reaffirms our commitment, our continuous commitment to the strengthening of our institutions within the bloc. The participation of the Federal Brazilian Bar Association has been very intense. I have witnessed all of this effort during all these years. For this reason, I also extend my thanks to Marcos Vinicius Furtado Coelho, who was one of the people who thought about this forum, and he was unable to be with us here because of commitments abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, we are together here at a moment of a significant expansion of BRICS in the global scenario. The magnitude of this union is impressive. Together, our countries represent almost half of the world's population, around 48% of the total. And in the economic terms, our GDP already represents around 40% of the global GDP. These numbers reflect the strong influence, and even more important than that, the immense responsibility that we share in the building of a world order that's more multipolar, just, and balanced. In a complex international scenario marked by urgent issues, dialogue becomes even more important. Diplomacy should be the way out to resolve conflicts and to promote peace. It's in this context that our profession assumes this important role. The law practice is one of the areas that is most responsible for ensuring balance and justice in society. Law is the issue, is what we use to as the basis to build our societies. It's in this spirit and in uniting efforts that we should act. The law practice of the BRICS countries that has thousands of professionals dedicated to the law has the collective duty to defend our institutions. We should always promote the rule of law in the global south, and we have to ensure that development is based on judicial security and social justice. I wish all of you an excellent and productive forum. Thank you. We thank the greeting of Dr. Bruno Barata, and now we invite the honorary lifetime member, Secretary of Government for the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro. In this act, he represents the Mayor of Rio de Janeiro, Dr. Felipe Santa Cruz. Good morning to everyone. It's always a challenge to work at events using a suit and a tie on a Friday in Rio de Janeiro. I'd like to invite everyone who's present here to appreciate through the window at the back of this room what our city has to offer, which is a sunny day with a cheerful population. And I'm here representing Eduardo Paes to welcome all of you. I would like to greet our round table, on behalf of the President Beto Simonetti, who's my friend, my colleague, and who does an incredible job in presiding the Brazilian Bar Association. And I don't know if our guests know, but during many decades, President Beto was the first person to be re-elected unanimously by the Brazilian law practice. So he continues to exercise the leadership of our association. Obviously, this makes all of us very proud, but this is an obvious demonstration of the capacity of dialogue of our president during this turbulent moment of our country, where we have a lot of polarization and ideological discussions. So we're lucky to have a Brazilian Bar Association that's united under the leadership of President Beto Simonetti. So I'd like to greet all of the lawyers from Brazil, and I don't know if our invitees know, but Rio de Janeiro, which is the second biggest chapter of the Brazilian Bar, has, for the first time in its history, a lawyer, a female lawyer that's renowned, that's heading the Rio de Janeiro chapter, and that's Ana Teresa Basílio. Ana, besides having superior moral, ethical qualities, and besides having such administrative capacity, she is reorganizing our chapter in a way that only she is able to do. So I'd like to greet everyone who acts and who works in the BRICS agenda. So to conclude these welcoming remarks, I'd like to say that Rio de Janeiro, under the mayor of Eduardo Paes, Rio de Janeiro united the leaders of BRICS last year, and we offered these leaders of our brotherly countries a building in downtown Rio de Janeiro, which is the old headquarters of the Jockey Club. It's a beautiful building. It's a building that's an architectural landmark. And this building was offered officially by the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro. And again, this is a debate that's still going on. This building was offered to be the permanent headquarters of the BRICS countries. And I reaffirm the commitment of the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro in wishing all of you a great event. And during a week where the Flamengo soccer team won, and on a sunny Friday, it's very difficult to carry out a legal event in the city. But enjoy Rio de Janeiro, make the best use of the city, because Rio is very happy to have all of you here. Thank you.
Saudação do
I'd like to thank the greetings of Felipe Santa Cruz, and we invite the president of the Administrative Council of the Russian Bar Association, Dr. Vladimir Kruzdev. Dear colleagues, the English booth is not receiving the Russian interpretation. With partner countries of the Global South, these discussions are increasingly complex. The Russian delegation is represented here with more than 25 people. We have people from the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Federation. We have employees and we have many representatives from universities, such as University of St. Petersburg and Moscow. We have the Academy of the President of Law. And we also have members from the Arbitration Center. And we have other lawyers who are all members of the Russian Bar. And this association unites all of us so that Russian society may develop and may defend its internal and external interests. The delegation will talk about its projects with the participation of the BRICS countries. Our association represents Russia in all of the BRICS forums. This forum took place 3 times in Russia, in 2020 and 2024. The association promoted these events in Russia. The English interpretation booth is not listening to, cannot hear the Russian interpretation. To offer the integration of the participants in this forum, I also have to talk about international law. Everybody knows that yesterday the Russian Federation suffered yet another setback with sanctions on behalf of Western countries. Russia already has 3,000 sanctions that were levied against it. And the Republic of Iran also has 6,000 sanctions against it, if I'm not mistaken. So, based on international law, we are dealing with arbitrariness from several countries. Russia also suffered sanctions against its national reserves. And this institution is an autonomous institution. We have a company that ratified the fight against doping in the realm of a UNESCO meeting, and it committed itself to work in this area. Rosada works on Russian legislation and with international agreements. We went through many inspections, and there were only a few conflicts in relation to the Russian legislation. But the UN's convention is at a higher level and they're more important than the VADA anti-doping mechanisms. Unfortunately, the Olympic Committee did not allow the participation of Russian athletes in the Winter Olympics, despite our willingness to ensure the anti-doping program. And we realized that international law currently is not working. International law is no longer an instrument of balance, but rather an instrument of pressure. I hope that during today's conference, we will find some pragmatic solutions and rational solutions. And I hope that the approved documents may represent the interests of the global majority. And there should be the requirement to meet international law. So to finalize, I would like to highlight that the Russian delegation is being represented here by 25 people. These are some of the greatest specialists in our law practice community, and I'm sure that their cooperation and the exchange of information that will be carried out today will be beneficial to all of our countries and to the development of the judicial community of the BRICS countries. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Dr. Vladimir Kruzdev, and we will now show you a video for the Commissionary of Human Rights, the Russian Human Rights, Dr. Tatiana Moskomova. I welcome all the organizers before this juridical forum of the BRICS countries. The growth in the BRICS countries is an objective process in the civilization space that it's changing. In a polycentrical order, Russia and the Russian government, our president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, manifested in the last meetings of the think tank meetings that we are forward with polytomia. We would like to represent the majority, otherwise these decisions will not survive. They will become discriminative. A lot of institutions and professional communities that act in law in our countries already managed a long time ago to create relations that are very efficient. Friendship relations that are turned to nations that are part of the BRICS for a governance that is more inclusive. Our countries are united by the same values and by the respect of the collective memory. Today, we come together in so many platforms, including in BRICS. We have conferences from law, rights, and today's forum is very important for lawyers that act on human rights. This is a forum that has importance for the whole world, I believe, and we have the objective to strengthen the principles and declare rights that are expressed in the human rights at ONU. Unfortunately, these days, there have been a lot of tries to take away these rights in different communities, and from this, double standards are created. It's very important that these systems remain free from politicization. It's not possible to create a world that is sustainable, where the natural rights are questioned. The world of law, we cannot imagine the world of law without justice, and justice can only be measured with the well of equality, with understanding what is important to society. So, dear friends, this year is very important. This it's been 80 years since the victory of the Second World War. It's very hard to imagine how much suffering and broken lives were created via the Second World War in terms of violation of human rights. There was nothing that happened like this in history, not only in Europe, but Asia, Africa, in the Pacific regions, and in other regions of the world. People paid a really high price for their lives, for a little bit of peace. And it's very important that nowadays we can consolidate each other and say no to the growth of violence, the violence against people. And a result of the Second World War was the creation of ONU. ONU was created to bring together all the progressive forces to elaborate a principle that would stop a creation of Nazis again. And we can testify that today the Nazis, neo-Nazis are coming up again, and I would like to question this and ask that this is looked into. I would like to welcome all of the organizer. The Day of ONU is celebrated on the 24th of October. I would also like to congratulate everybody in the 80 years of the organization. Is very important especially in this forum. I would like for things such as population to be discussed, rights, prohibitions of sanctions from medical procedures. I believe that anybody who has a bit of sense is against any sanctions against human rights, and that the collective will take a look to in the human rights violations. We cannot violate the rights to each other's wealth, to the free commercial interactions. But when we forbid access to medicines, to vaccines, to equipment, this can only be considered as a attempt to life. I believe that within this forum, we can also discuss the offers of services from law in a look to unities that are more vulnerable. I believe that it's also important to discuss offers for services in cases of arrests of people with double nationalities. Not only sometimes the embassies do not know how to protect these people. I also would like for us to look into defenses in the placement of technology, and I believe that there is a lot that within these areas we can have a look at the human rights side of things. I would like to have a lot of interesting discussions and intelligent and constructive recommendations for different sections of governance where the human rights can be protected and the guarantees that we can give them is always better. And I would like to thank everybody present here in the 10th Forum for BRICS. We would like to thank the participation of the doctor, and in this moment we would like to welcome Dr. Prashan Kumar, Indian Lawyer Association. Bom dia, amigos.
Here in Brazil. It's 11 years since then, and I had the privilege to attend each single forum and contribute my bit to it. So please bear with me if I try in this short address to share that journey. We as BRICS Plus cannot be measured merely by the arithmetic of our collective GDP. Our vast populations, comprising both the prosperous and those still striving for
População que ainda estamos correndo atrás de prosperidade. Isso parece, talvez,
as prosperity rises within the BRICS Plus sphere, it creates consumers, expands markets, and fuels the very engines of the global economy. The world's economic future lies in the prosperity of the global South. If markets do not expand, the global North will soon find itself with nowhere to sell its technologies, its services, or its goods. The circle of opportunity will bring to contract as it has started already. It is this blindness to the future, in the relentless pursuit to dominate the present, that is creating a rupture, not only economic but civilizational. In Indian thought, Lord Shiva symbolizes destruction and rebirth, the dissolution of an old order so that a new one may emerge. From within the rupture will emerge new energies and new alignments. In this shift, BRICS Plus cannot be a spectator. We must be shapers of the new order. History teaches us that law follows economic energy. When trade thrived in Venice, law bore the stamp of Roman and mercantile codes. Over time, however, the Doge, the leader of Venice, and the elites converted trade into privilege and monopoly. Their refusal to adapt sowed the seeds of decline. Commerce moved to Amsterdam, from there to London, and later to New York. Each transition carrying with it a new vocabulary of law, maritime codes, corporate charters, contract law, and global arbitration systems. We must also remember that it was a corporation, the East India Company, that turned trade into an instrument of colonization. Its cannon fire was accompanied by the drumbeat of legal clauses, monopoly privileges, and extractive contracts. The legacy of this remains deeply embedded in the sanctity accorded to contract clauses in common law. One lives and dies by the text of the contract, even when it amounts to a Faustian bargain. That we have seen in some of the treaty arbitration cases across Africa. This stands in contrast to civil law traditions, such as in Germany, where good faith and fairness temper interpretation and performance. And yet, in international commerce and dispute resolution, the remnants of colonial-era legal architecture survives most strongly in commercial and investment treaty arbitration. But today, the epicenter of enterprise and innovation is shifting once again to Asia, to Africa, and here in South America. For the first time in modern history, the emerging world has the collective scale and voice to shape the legal frameworks that will guide commerce, technology, and investment for decades to come. Yet economic power in our time is less often asserted through conquest and more through sanctions, asset freezes, and financial exclusion. Through control over enabling services such as maritime insurance, banking clearance systems, and currency networks. These instruments echo the monopolies of earlier eras, designed to preserve dominance. But paradoxically, they accelerate transformation. In seeking to hold the present, the old order hastens the birth of the new. As a historical aside, the Doge Enrico Dandolo, some similarity of name here, Enrico Dandolo of Venice, though aged and blind, attempted through decrees to restrict foreign traders and reclaim past dominance. It was in 1192 that he became the Doge. Landlords were compelled to evict foreigners. Lending to foreigners was prohibited. Maybe his goal was to make Venice great again. But Venice did not rise again. Economic leadership, once lost, did not return by decree. In our times, sanctions and artificial restrictions have similarly sparked innovation across the global south, driving diversification of currencies, regional payment systems, and alternative legal frameworks for trade. These are not acts of defiance. These are acts of sovereign maturity. The BRICS Plus community must therefore recognize that our challenge is both economic and legal. We must build a legal financial architecture that preserves sovereignty while enabling interdependence, where access to capital and markets is governed by fairness, not discretionary power. International commercial arbitration remains dominated by legacy institutions, products of an era when economic power was concentrated in a few centers. The BRICS Plus Legal Forum must serve as the crucible where new norms of neutrality, reciprocity, and professional excellence are forged. Every treaty, every arbitration clause reflects the balance of moral and economic power in the world. Law is not merely an instrument. It is the architecture of civilization. It defines fairness, builds trust, and balances power and justice. As we deliberate here in Rio, let us reaffirm that our purpose is not to resist globalization, but to humanize it, not to retreat from interdependence, but to redefine it on terms of dignity, fairness, and shared prosperity. We who have navigated the deep waters of doctrine must not drown in the shallow pool of practice. Where reality strikes hardest as one approaches the shore, our success will not be measured by declarations, but by the institutions we build and the values we leave behind. Let this gathering in Rio mark not merely the continuation of a journey that began in Brasilia, but the beginning of a new chapter, where BRICS Plus becomes the moral and intellectual compass for a rule of law-based global economy. Om Namah Shivaya. May the renewal of the world order be guided not by dominance, but by justice, responsibility, and mutual respect. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a saudação
Now,
vice-presidente da Ordem dos Advogados da China, doutora Pan Yi-Ching.
Dr. Pan Yi-Ching. Mr. Vinicius Carvalho, Federal Controller General of Brazil. Honorable Mr. Ricardo Lewandowski, Minister of Justice and Public Security of Brazil. Honorable Mr. Beto Simonetti, President of the Brazilian Bar Association. Heads of delegations from BRICS countries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In this season, brimming with vitality and hope, I am deeply honored and delighted to gather with you in beautiful Rio de Janeiro for the 10th BRICS Legal Forum. 10 forums, 3 times in Brazil. The bonds of BRICS friendship grow even stronger, and the foundation of the rule of law becomes more solid. On behalf of the China Law Society, I extend my warmest congratulations on the convening of this forum. I express my sincere gratitude to the Brazilian Bar Association for its meticulous arrangements. I offer my heartfelt greetings and best wishes to all participating delegates. Last November and in this May of this year, our President Xi Jinping and President Lula successfully exchanged visits, charting a blueprint for the development of China-Brazil bilateral relations. In August of this year, during a telephone conversation, President Xi Jinping and Lula emphasized that the BRICS mechanism serves as a vital platform for forging consensus amongst the Global South. Countries of the Global South should join hands to uphold international fairness and justice, and safeguard the basic norms of international relations and protect the legitimate rights and interests of developing nations. Under the strategic guidance of our 2 heads of state, China and Brazil are joining efforts to create a shared future for a fairer world and a more sustainable planet. This reflects the shared vision and responsibility of China and Brazil as major developing countries to promote multipolarity in the world. We also want to uphold international rules and order and defend international fairness and justice. At present, the world is undergoing accelerated transformation amid a century of change. And international rules and order are being affected. At this critical juncture in history, the choices made by BRICS countries as the foremost group of the Global South will determine the future of multilateralism and the future of an open world economic system. In 2025 is the year that marks the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Second World War and the foundation of the UN. President Xi Jinping proposed global governance which reflects the common will of people and the urgent needs of today's world. This initiative injects positive energy in a world of instability and provides drive to human progress. When we have strong winds and rough seas, we must stand bravely at the forefront of the tide. Over the past 2 decades, BRICS countries have strengthened solidarity on our cooperation, have championed fairness and justice, and have pursued common development, gradually forming a multi-tiered, multi-domain, and all-encompassing cooperative framework. With Indonesia's formal accession this January, the expanding Greater BRICS cooperation now represents over half of the world's population and nearly 45% of the global economy. According to the International Monetary Fund, the average economic growth rate of BRICS countries between 2024 and 2025 is projected to reach 4.4%, and the participation in the global economy will reach 36.7%, far exceeding the global average. The BRICS have also become a positive, stable, and benevolent force in international affairs. Facts have proven that the closer the cooperation among BRICS countries, the stronger the ability to respond to risks and challenges. These countries should strengthen dialogue and consultation, actively exploring how to uphold global fairness and justice through the rule of law, and promote high-quality development of the Greater BRICS cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, while achieving equity and justice has always been an ideal of the BRICS nations, in the last few years, the legal cooperation between BRICS countries has achieved important results. In September of 2025, we launched the joint initiative on strengthening legal services cooperation amongst BRICS countries, and there was the joint promotion of the healthy development of the world economy during the 2025 Maritime Silk Road International Economic and Trade Arbitration High-Level Seminar. This injected new momentum into advancing diversified resolution of cross-border commercial disputes. The regulation of the BRICS Partnership Innovation Center for the New Industrial Revolution in Xiamen Special Economic Zone came into effect on March 1st, 2025, and platforms such as the BRICS Judicial Service Center, the Arbitration Service Center, the Legal Service Center, and Customs Demonstration Center are operating in an orderly manner. The first case in more than 10 years of development and maturation, the BRICS Legal Forum has continuously expanded its influence and gained increasing recognition. It has become an important platform for judicial dialogue and joint global governance. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, at present, the Greater BRICS cooperation stands at a pivotal juncture of continuity and innovation, facing historic opportunities to advance with the times and pioneer new paths. Consolidating the institutional foundations of cooperation and pooling our collective strength for renewed progress has become a historic shared mission. The China Law Society stands ready to work with all parties, leveraging the BRICS Legal Forum as a platform to jointly implement the 4 major global initiatives, that is, development, security, civilization, and global governance. We want to advance high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. We also want to deepen and solidify BRICS legal cooperation. So here I offer 3 suggestions. First, we should uphold multilateralism and defend equity and justice internationally. History has shown us that multilateralism represents the will of the people and the trend of the times. The core of implementing the Global Governance Initiative lies in promoting joint efforts among nations to build a more just and equitable global governance system. The legal communities of BRICS countries must uphold the banner of multilateralism. We should also defend the international system centered on the UN and on international order based on international law. We must strengthen the democratization of international organizations through the G20 and the UN. We should also increase the role of developing countries to formulate rules and global agendas. And lastly, we should use law as an instrument to reform and to perfect global governance by protecting the rights and developing spaces of emerging countries. We also uphold openness and mutual benefit and we must safeguard the international economic and trade order. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the World Trade Organization. Over the past 3 decades, the English booth is not receiving the Chinese interpretation.
In the commercial launched by some countries, the world economics and now the juridical political economies from BRICS we would like to support a system centered in OMEC. Sorry, we're having technical in a solution in disputes between the BRICS and in new areas like green development and technological economy, offering different proposals from BRICS and assuring a cooperation, an economic cooperation of high quality. Third, we would like to expand the partnership between us. The iron can only be shaped once it's hot, so BRICS brought us new opportunities of jurisdictional cooperation. We would like to highlight the cooperation that we want and support each other in common interest. We would like to support the fact that BRICS supports so many countries in development. We would also like for the feminine representation to grow in the organizations of the forum. A geographical location that is more balanced, and look into artificial intelligence in digital governance, in thematics that are more advanced and pragmatic, like the stability and predictability of the rights of the BRICS nations. Ladies and gentlemen, between 1,000 libertations, the ones that will win are the ones that have bravery. But however, since the waves are really strong, we need to face the waves with determination. So the cooperation between the BRICS, we need to focus on peace and the growth of juridical cooperation. We are open to work side by side with other BRICS nations to impulse the cooperation of high partnerships with BRICS and contribute with the knowledge that different BRICS nations have, and to better the global governance. In the end, I would like to wish total success to all the countries here represented in this forum. We would like to thank the Dra. Palma, and we would like to invite the President. We would like to thank the President of China.
First, let me express my sincere thanks to the Brazilian Bar Association for the invitation, wonderful organization of this event. And this is my first visit in Rio, in Brazil. I already have a very deep impression of such a beautiful country and beautiful city. Today, I would like to address on a very specific topic that will define our shared future, the global governance of artificial intelligence. AI is now influencing every aspect of human life, from healthcare, finance, to transportation and education, reshaping our economies, political systems, and societies. This critical question before us is no longer whether AI should be governed, but how it should be governed and by whom. First, let me give a current AI landscape. It's actually a system dominated by the global north. Current global AI governance structures reveal a significant imbalance. According to the United Nations report governing AI for the humanity in the year 2024, only 7 developed countries are parties to all major global AI governance initiatives, where 118 countries, many from global south, remain excluded from such initiative. This means that the rules governing AI are being written elsewhere, primarily in global north, by institutions, companies based in Europe and North America. Last year, the world's first legally binding international treaty on AI, the Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law, was adopted. It was drafted primarily by developed nations, and it barely addresses challenges faced by Global South, particularly the missed opportunities for AI development and deployment. Consider these revealing statistics. In the year 2022, North America accounted for nearly 40% of global AI revenues, with less than 8% of world's population. By year 2024, the market capitalization of each major tech giant, the Magnificent Seven, has exceeded the GDP of any single African nation. And in this year, 3 companies, Alphabet, Amazon, and Microsoft, control about 2/3 of the global cloud computing market. So yes, AI innovation has driven extraordinary progress, but it has also led to unprecedented concentration of technological power in the hands of few. For the Global South, home to more than 6 billion people, rich in cultural diversity and indigenous knowledge, the moment is pivotal. We must transition from being passive recipients of external-made decisions to becoming active participants in shaping global AI governance, to make it fair, inclusive, and truly global. Here are my personal thoughts and proposals for the Global South to advance global AI governance. In July 2025, the BRICS leaders representing much of the Global South issued a statement on the global governance of artificial intelligence. They endorsed principles such as multilateralism, legitimacy, and digital sovereignty, which I strongly support. Building on that foundation, I would like to propose a strategic framework comprising 5 core pillars for Global South's collective action to shape global AI order. The first pillar is to improve AI governance capacity. This first step is to build and improve our own AI governance capacity. AI governance capacity means the ability to understand, regulate, and guide the use of AI, to maximize its benefits while minimize its risks of being governed by technology instead of governing it. This includes investment in education and expertise, training policymakers, regulators, and judges to understand AI, especially AI ethics and risks, and establishing national institutions and legal frameworks for AI oversight. Through South-to-South cooperation, we can accelerate this progress by building shared training programs, exchanging best practices, creating open source tools, and cultivating inclusive AI communities. This collective learning approach will build a strong foundation for equitable participation in global governance. The second pillar is to uphold technology neutrality and future-proof regulation. Technology neutrality ensures that our legal system focuses on principles and influence of AI instead of specific tools or technologies. This prevents bias towards dominant technologies and fosters innovation in diverse contexts, especially within developing countries. Future-proof regulation, meanwhile, creates flexible frameworks that evolves as technology changes. It focuses on enduring values, transparency, accountability, and human rights, rather than rigid technical rules. Together, these principles make AI governance resilient and inclusive. They help ensure that our policies remain relevant, even as AI evolves faster than any lawmaker can predict. The third pillar is to address neglected dimensions of AI governance. The Global South must bring new perspectives to the global AI conversation by addressing crucial but neglected areas. We should advocate for data sovereignty and equitable data sharing so that the data governed in our countries, the data generated in our countries benefits our own economies and societies. We should insist that AI standards include our languages, our cultural contexts, and the resource-constrained environments, which are too often ignored in the Western-centric systems. We should direct AI governance to sustainable development goals, using AI to support climate adaptation, food security, public health, and education. And we must champion ethical, human-centered AI, grounded in the values of community, dignity, and fairness, offering a moral balance to profit-driven models. By doing so, the focus of global AI governance can be transformed from control and competition to equitable, responsible, and shared prosperity. The fourth pillar is to establish collective AI funding programs. To ensure financial autonomy in AI development, we need to dedicate AI funding mechanisms that support local innovation and research. This includes jointly establishment of public-private investment funds and multilateral AI innovation funds through regional cooperation platforms such like African Union, ASEAN, or BRICS to share risks, expertise, and infrastructure. These funds should be guided by transparency, ethics, and alignment with national development goals. With well-managed and coordinated finance, the Global South has the opportunity to nurture its startup sector, empower its academic institutions, and guide AI development to serve local imperatives. The fifth and the last is to strengthen AI literacy and global cooperation. We must invest in AI literacy, which empowers individuals, communities to use AI technology for local innovation, improve education, and create job opportunities. For the Global South, AI literacy is crucial for making informed choice on data privacy and AI ethics. Without it, the region faces a widening digital divide and a permanent dependency on externally developed technologies. So as the president of the East China University of Political Science and Law, I'm proud to reaffirm my university's commitment to support AI literacy across the Global South through training programs, policy dialogues, and academic exchanges. Dear friends, artificial intelligence is not just a technological revolution, but a test of global governance. The decision we make today will determine whether AI becomes a force of inequality and division, or a catalyst for inclusion and progress. The Global South must not wait to be invited to the table. We together can build the table together. By strengthening our capacity, enhancing our cooperation, and uniting our collective vision, we can help shape a future where AI serves all people, not just a privileged few. Thank you for your attention.
We thank the greeting of the President of the East China University of Political Science and Law, Dr. Xiao Kai. And now we will have a 5-minute pause so that we can then continue with our greetings and the different pronouncements.
5 minutes, please.
they return to their seats so that we may continue with the program of the 10th BRICS Judicial Forum.
Solicitamos a gentileza.
We request that you please return to your seats so that we may continue with the program of the 10th BRICS Legal Forum.
Em prosseguimento aos trabalhos.
So to continue the program of this 10th BRICS Legal Forum, We would like to invite on stage, we have the speech of the Ministry of the Controller General's Office, Vinicius Marcos de Carvalho. He's a PhD in commercial law, in comparative law from Paris 1 Pantheon Sorbonne, where he was a visiting professor since 2014. He has been a professor at the University of São Paulo. He presided over the Administrative Council for Economic Defense, CADE, from 2012 to 2016. He also held the positions of Secretary of Economic Law, CADE Advisor, and Chief of Staff of the Special Secretariat for Human Rights, among other roles. He was a career specialist in public policies and governmental management. The floor is yours, Minister Vinicius Marques de Carvalho. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Before anything else, I would like to thank on behalf of Professor Beto Simonetti, the President of Brazilian Bar Association, for inviting me and all of you here. He's a lawyer who's been leading the Brazilian Bar Association in Brazil, and he's also a person who's been able to congregate around him debates related to advance and the consolidation of the rule of law in Brazil. The Brazilian Bar Association has had a historic role in the recent history of Brazil. It's been reinforcing its role as a guarantor of democracy in Brazil. It's been consolidating the exercise of law practice as a fundamental principle for the harmony of Brazilian society and the Brazilian state. I would like to congratulate for the organization of this forum. The discussion that we're having here today is indispensable for advance of a global agenda of sustainable human development. It's also a way to ensure the rights of the populations of all of our countries. I would like to very quickly say some things about the topic of integrity, governance, and law practice in the field of international cooperation, and especially in the domain of the BRICS countries. When we talk about law in general, we are dealing with a normative structure that sustains the legitimacy of the organization of a public agenda. In any country of the world, the law is a kind of amalgam of the relationship between the state and society. It organizes the limits of the powers of the state, and it organizes the rights of citizenship and of the population. When we talk about governance, we are usually dealing with a structure. But in this case, we have a structure that has incentives and that delimits and organizes decision-making processes. So it proceduralizes the way decisions are made. And it tries to do this in such a way that the product of the decision-making is a product that would generate the greatest well-being and that would generate the biggest value to society. So the issue ahead of us, the issue that we face is, where does the notion of integrity fit into this context? Within this triad that organizes relations within the state and between the state and society, and between the state and companies and the market. This is a question that we have to focus on. Integrity includes governance and decision-making processes and the structures of decision-making. And there are ethical limits through patterns of behavior. It establishes patterns of behavior. This is a very common notion of integrity. In Brazil, the General Controller's Office is responsible for incentivizing this agenda. And normally, throughout the years or throughout history, this notion of integrity has always been associated to an idea of a lack of corruption. That is, a whole institution, a non-corrupt institution. Evidently, this is a relevant dimension and it's indispensable from the notion of integrity. But within this context, where we're trying to ally integrity with governance, this is a very limiting notion to a certain extent. It doesn't include all of this complexity, because the idea of integrity needs to be associated to other issues these days, considering the global and regional challenges that we face. The first thing that the notion of integrity has to be linked to is the idea of legitimacy. A whole institution is an institution that has the right to do what it does. A whole institution is an institution that needs to have purpose, and it needs to have a commitment to that purpose. A whole institution needs to have the right to do things, but it needs to do what it does well. So this commitment to purpose is a part of the modern concept of integrity. Another relevant point is that a whole institution needs to be efficient. It needs to be an institution that makes good use of the public resources that it administers. And finally, a whole institution needs to be resilient. It needs to be an institution that receives from society or from the market and from other environments, including eventually international institutions, pressures. It filters these pressures, and it is able to understand that some of these pressures make sense for the fulfillment of the mission, and understands some of those pressures can be ignored. It's an illusion to think that public institutions are not the target of pressures from society. That's legitimate. That's a part of any relation between state and society, especially in the democratic environment. So the issue is not a matter of being immune to pressure. It's a matter of filtering the best way possible these pressures. So in this context, the idea of integrity speaks to the idea of governance and also speaks to what we propose, that is the purpose of law in society. Now, why am I saying all of this? When we look at the challenges that we need to face today as nations and as a planet, we can say that we are dealing with, from a material standpoint, we're dealing with two great revolutions, perhaps three great revolutions. There's the digital revolution, there's the revolution that comes from climate change and from the energy transition, and there's the revolution that these two processes will lead to in terms of ways of life. So the revolution that this will lead to in the workplace, for example, in the way that people reproduce their capacity to survive and to organize their environment, even their private environment. So we have ahead of us a scenario where these issues no longer present themselves only at international borders because they're actually global issues. And this framing of governance and and of integrity demands from all of us an effort to align and to converge and to converse at a global level and at a regional level. That's why the BRICS nations have in their meetings have been discussing and have been presenting decisions and resolutions and guidelines that deal specifically with these issues. Recently, we saw in the Kazan Declaration and the Johannesburg Declaration, we saw a concern with this governance agenda, and that was very explicit. And there was also a concern with tackling corruption. And recently, we also saw commitments related to the incorporation of processes and the governance of artificial intelligence. Innovation processes, as President Beto said recently, innovation processes are processes that we as a society have seen as being automatic. Things that happen despite our will. Almost like it's a rule of nature. But in fact, these innovation processes need to reproduce desires, objectives of societies. They need to reproduce our democratic structures and our structures of human development that need to consider the dreams of a humanity that's freer and that may overflow with capacities and that may face these challenges, which are immense. Our main strength is our capacity to interact and organize this agenda. And all of this involves law and integrity and governance. That's why I'd like to conclude by saying that this kind of meeting that we are witnessing today is decisive for us to establish limits, for us to establish procedures, for us to establish mechanisms of dialogue and cooperation, so that through the practice of law, we may face these challenges, and so that we may put these challenges within this framing where we subject them to the objectives of development of our societies. So, President Beto, thank you very much once again. And I would like to congratulate you for this event and say that here in Brazil, the Federal Union's Controller's Office that has these responsibilities that I mentioned previously is available to deepen these conversations in this agenda. Thank you.
We would like to thank the important participation of the Minister of the Union, Vinicius Marques de Carvalho. We would like to invite now the President of South Africa, of the Bar for South Africa, Francois Movumblela. Vamos ver.
Good morning to the President of the Brazilian Bar and the Rio Bar and Bruno for inviting us. We thank you for the hospitality we have already received. I send you sincere greetings from the Law Society of South Africa. I proudly wish to announce that this year, unlike last year, the South African delegate is of 9 persons of greater latitude and aptitude in the legal spheres of South Africa, and for that we believe that we will be able to interact with all the other leaders in the room. All protocol observed. I send special greetings to all the other colleagues that I have had an opportunity to meet last year in Russia. We are delighted to be hosted by Brazil this year. Indeed, Bruno, you were right last year when we parted ways in Russia that Rio will be ready to host us with humility. We have already experienced the hospitality, and it far exceeded what we anticipated. I was telling the president of the bar that his humility overcrowds the room, and that for me says we all feel welcomed in the space where we are, and may you pat yourself on the shoulder for hosting your equals from all the BRICS plus 9 countries. I suspect that we are no longer plus 9. We probably plus 10 and growing in margins every day. I deliberately last year chose to ask the question, 10 years on, what do we have to show for it for all the meetings we have held? And I think after I asked that question, I became maybe partly the most unpopular person in the room. But I deliberately asked it because I wanted to bring home a message that simply said, are we colleagues aware, or are we walking blind, or are we deliberately ignoring the reality of the fact that a lot of our international institutions are facing a very serious and deliberate attack, and as it grows in the room, are we willing to take the baton as the lawyer associations in our countries to defend firstly our jurisdictions, but secondly to also defend the rule of law internationally, and to accept that we remain the moral compass of society as lawyers. Nobody can defend any democracy in the world without the lawyers in the room, because democracy can only be defended when the institutions established by those democratically elected governments, their dominant principles being the dominant view in the room, becoming the instrument with which to protect the weak, the meek, and those that cannot protect themselves. Because sitting in this room, I only see a level of middle class in our countries. And as a measure of reality, it is the people outside this room that requires the rule of law more than we do, because it is them for whom we must stand. And it is them for whom we must actually protect in every other measurable way. I was glad, colleagues, that I was not interpreted to mean that we wasted 10 years meeting each other to exchange pleasantries. I was glad that the question helped propel the kind of agenda and theme that the Rio Summit of the BRICS Legal Forum has produced. it is in the context of this very theme that as we meet today, we must be deliberate in our dealings with each other. I raise the question of our inequality amongst the equals. As we sit in the room, we can't pretend that members of BRICS countries are actually within the jurisdictional folds of each other are equal. We are not. And we must accept that first so that we are able to extend a hand to each other and be able to say, how do we pull the other from where they are? One of the speakers today spoke about AI and its governance and so forth. Before you talk about AI and governance, you must be able to ask the question, is it accessible in Africa? Is it accessible in South Africa? To what extent are the members of society of South Africa themselves are able to access the internet in order for them to then be able to use AI, either constructively, productively or not? And when you understand that part, then you would appreciate the reason why when we deal with the equals being unequal in the room, we must be able to be deliberate about it. Here we are today in Brazil, and it is leading the way with an agenda which is more legal business oriented. South Africa is participating herein with one idea in mind, colleagues. And that idea is to increase the South-South business relations, to develop intra-Africa trade in the face of direct economic sanctions of a special type in the form of tariffs, as we have seen play themselves out now, to promote a deliberate intra-BRICS +9 economic development agenda, and to assist our principals to forge ahead with the BRICS currency. Our deliberations in this conference must achieve a workable and implementable mechanism to assist us to review the progress we make from one declaration to the other. Contrary to you, Prashant, I believe that these declarations are not just paper. They must actually become actionable items that we are able, when we meet next year, to look back and say, what did Russia achieve? What did Rio achieve? And what should then India, if we are going to India next year, be focusing on? We must evaluate our work so that we have a purpose to meet. We should continue to develop the ADR measures, mindful of the fact that before you worry about a dispute resolution mechanism, you must firstly worry about whether there is a business that you are actually implementing in another country. Now, when you don't have BRICS countries doing business with each other, why are you worried about alternative dispute resolutions? Why do you think there's going to be a dispute where there is no contract? Because you must firstly have the contract before you worry about whether it can raise a measure of dispute or not. Now, deliberately, we are seeing measures that we want to develop being thwarted by those governments who, when they go and meet with the global north, they forget that they actually have BRICS to worry about. They go there, enter into certain bilaterals with the global north countries, governments, contrary to the BRICS principles themselves. Now, you cannot be speaking in two tongues from where I sit. You must be consistent. You must be able to say, this is my stance, whether I'm in the White House or whether I'm in the union buildings in South Africa. When you go to the White House and you say something else, but in the union buildings in South Africa, you meet with the Egyptian president, you say something else. For me, you are not acting in good faith. And for that, we must call our governments out for being those kind of entities that we cannot rely on to deal with the global south and its agenda. Because you can't have a global south agenda that is dictated to by the global north. So for all intents and purposes, we may end up misleading each other in the room, and I do not stand to be counted amongst those that chooses to do so. So as we develop these international arbitration rules, colleagues in the room, we must be able to say, as they get finalized, we must be able to show that they are functional, there are contracts that they are regulating, and lawyers are at the center of ensuring that those businesses take place. The Global South and our friends in the North and in the Middle East should deliberately refuse to be muzzled by the Global North and its allies. We must insist in a program that shows that in our intent, we deliberately encourage our governments to move in a particular trajectory that is going to develop our hope in the BRICS legal forum itself. The attacks on the UN and the attacks on all these international instruments must give you worry when you are now developing BRICS legal forum and the BRICS agenda itself, and you are then forgetting that the international instruments that are there to protect the masses of the people we are talking about, that we have now become the majority in the room, are under attack and nobody's defending them. So to defend the rule of international law, we must deliberately defend the UN Charter and all its other instruments. We must defend the AU Charter and all its instruments. We must deliberately call out those that are aggressors. We must deliberately be the bigger voice in the world. We can't just be the bigger number, but the smaller voice. Those things do not go together. And may this conference be a success that we intend it to be. Thank you.
Agradecemos as palavras do
We would like to thank the words from Francois Monduela, and we would like to invite the president of the Egypt Bar Association and the Pan-African Bar Association president, Mohamed Hassanin.
Gentlemen, it's a great honor to stand before you today representing the Egyptian Bar and the Pan-African Lawyers Union at this distinguished gathering of the BRICS Legal Forum. Allow me first to express my deep appreciation to our gracious hosts for their warm hospitality, excellent organization, and for the energy with which they continue to advance the spirit of BRICS cooperation. Brazil has long been a symbol of diversity, dialogue, dynamism, and these are exactly the values that bring us together here today. This forum is not merely another meeting of legal minds. It is a reflection of our collective belief that law is a true foundation of sustainable cooperation among nations. Through law, we build bridges of trust, ensure fairness in our interactions, and secure justice for our peoples. The BRICS partnership has shown that when nations of the Global South unite under a shared vision, they can shape global governance in a more balanced and equitable direction. But this transformation must rest upon legal foundations, clear rules, predictable frameworks, and institutions capable of turning political will into tangible progress. This is precisely why this forum matters. The BRICS Legal Forum must evolve from being a platform of ideas into a mechanism of implementation. We must design applicable legal instruments that can facilitate mutual recognition of judicial and arbitral decisions, harmonize investment and trade laws among BRICS and partner countries, strengthen cooperation against transnational crime, corruption, and cyber threats, and develop a unified legal approach to emerging challenges such as artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and climate justice. These are no longer theoretical issues. They define the future of our societies. As an Egyptian and as Vice President of the Pan-African Lawyers Union, I bring you greetings from the African legal community, a community that believes deeply in South-South solidarity and shared destiny. Africa's growing engagement with the BRICS and Egypt's accession to the group mark a new era of partnership, one rooted in equality, respect, and opportunity. I'm particularly pleased that the President of the Pan-African Lawyers Union is among us today, a sign of our commitment to strengthening institutional cooperation with the BRICS and its member states. Under his leadership, Balo has become a continental voice for justice, integration, and the rule of law in Africa. We stand ready to work hand in hand with our BRICS partners to promote joint legal research, professional exchanges, and the training of young lawyers and judges, initiatives that will strengthen our institutions and deepen our mutual understanding. In this context, it gives me a great pleasure to extend a warm invitation to all of you to join us at the Pan-African Lawyers Union Conference, which will be held in Cairo in September 2026. This major continental gathering will bring together legal leaders, judges, bar associations, and academics from across Africa and beyond. We look forward to welcoming our colleagues from all BRICS nations to participate, share experiences, and continue building the bridges we are reinforcing here today. Cairo, the city of history and law, will open its doors to all of you. In today's turbulent world, solidarity among developing nations is not an option, it's a necessity. When we cooperate legally, we defend our sovereignty. When we harmonize our laws, we strengthen our resilience. And when we speak through platforms such as this forum, we ensure that the rules shaping our world are fair, inclusive, and rooted in justice, not in domination. Therefore, I would like to propose that the BRICS Legal Forum evolve into a permanent and structured platform with working groups and follow-up mechanisms. Perhaps even a BRICS Africa Legal Observatory could be established, a hub for comparative law, policy innovation, and exchange of best practices among our nations. This will transform our dialogue into a living, ongoing process of cooperation and reform. Let us never forget that the law is not only a technical instrument, it is a moral force. It embodies the conscience of our societies and the value we aspire to protect. Our mission is not merely to draft agreements or interpret statutes, but to ensure that the spirit of justice remain alive across all our nations. Together, through the BRICS Legal Forum, we can craft a legal order that promotes development, safeguards dignity, and strengthens peace. A legal order that reflects our shared belief in fairness and mutual respect. On behalf of the Egyptian Bar and the Pan-African Lawyers Union, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to advancing this shared vision. Let us continue to work together with confidence, solidarity, and vision to transform our cooperation into concrete action and to make this forum a true pillar of a just, multipolar, and inclusive world. Thank you. Obrigado. Shukran jazilan. Thank you to all.
We thank the greeting of Mohammed Hassanein, and we pass the floor to the representative of the Lawyers and Jurists Association of the United Arab Emirates, Dr. Adil Abdelkadir Humaid Fakir.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, all attendants here in this beautiful forum within this beautiful city, Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil. on behalf of Emirate Association for Lawyers and Legal Professionals in UAE, we are extend many thanks to the organizers of this forum. You generally made us feel that we are not just a guest, but also the hosts. We all know that when we hear about or read the word of Brazil, we see the yellow, green, blue colors. And our thoughts are directed to them five-time world football stars. We remember from our school days the Amazon River, especially those who's enjoying Brazilian coffee. I would like to add to the forum comes the day after of holiday for some, especially Brazilian, which was yesterday the birthday of the legendary international soccer player Pelé. In recent BRICS speeches, the UAE has emphasized cooperation on sustainable development, economic integration, and multilateralism to address global challenges. The country has highlighted its express in special economic zones and logistic expanding and reading to contribute to strategic cooperation. Trade and transport through new partnerships, not only the GCC countries, not only Arab countries, it's over the world. Why we are saying BRICS Plus? It's taking from east to west, north to south. The UAE stressed the multilateralism of necessary for taking global challenges, not an option. Its view of BRICS as a key platform for strengthening mutual understanding and governance to address economic, humanitarian, and geopolitical issues, and aspires to achieve leadership in governance. The UAE has affirmed its support for the expansion of BRICS to enhance strategic cooperation among countries and organizations. Let we have together and work together in one framework, which is legal market on this, from this BRICS forum, from strategy to result. That means I will repeat what is our friends, our colleague was saying from beginning. We don't want something just to create a forum and writing piece of papers without implementation. Again, warming thanks for everybody to give me this opportunity to say my quick words. I don't want to say or repeat what my colleagues saying from before. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos as palavras do Dr. Adil Abdel Kadir Romed Fakir e convidamos o presidente da Associação Federal dos Advogados da Etiópia e presidente da União dos Advogados Pan-Africanos, Dr. Theodros Getachew.
Good morning, bonjour. Dear Mr. Simonetti, President of the Bar Association of Brazil, esteemed bar presidents, members of the National Bar Associations, distinguished guests, friends of Africa and Palu and Ethiopia, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. Hola, pessoal. Last year, I was unable to make it in Russia, Moscow, and I have addressed you virtually. But this year, God willing, I'm here, and we're very happy to be here. So I'm happy also to see you, most of you, in person here. It's my profound honor and privilege to be here and to address you at this 10th BRICS Legal Forum happening in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. As a president of the Pan-African Lawyers Union and also the leader of the Ethiopian Federal Advocates Association. I'm not here alone. I'm joined by my treasurer, the former vice president for Southern Africa and Palu, Ms. Eunice Matipa. Please stand and show your face to the house. Please, let's greet her. Of course, Ms. Eunice is not here in only one capacity. She has multiple capacities, I know, on behalf of the Law Society of Southern Africa. So I'm also with my vice president, who preceded me in delivering his speech. He is responsible for the Northern African region, Dr. Mohamed Hissani. You have seen him already. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm fully aware that this is a meeting of paramount importance, and it's being held among our brotherly institutions, international and continental lawyers associations, national bar associations. Palu, the Pan-African Lawyers Union, highly values the efforts and support of the BRICS Legal Forum and its member national bar associations. It's my strong belief that the BRICS Legal Forum is a very important platform in promoting rule of law, enhancing the quality of justice to be delivered for the general public in our jurisdictions. Also, in standardizing the quality of legal service rendered by our law firms and lawyers, in promoting cross-border legal service, and so on. It's also an exceptional and relevant, it's also exceptionally relevant in exchanging the information regarding the judicial system, enforcement agencies, legal practice, and advocacy in each of the BRICS member institutions and among jurisdictions. That, under its new leadership, the Pan-African Lawyers Union, the premier continental legal organization for lawyers and law associations of Africa, also among those in the world, is making a great progress in its internal governance and institutional capacity. In addition to its principal concentration on human rights, strategic litigation, and public law participation, Palu will increase diversity under its new leadership. Through its business law division, Palu will now also highlight its engagement in trade and investment, commercial law practices, cross-border legal services, and economic regional integration. To do this to a greater extent, we entail the collaboration of strong structures and partnership, such as the BRICS Legal Forum and all of its members. These efforts will undoubtedly promote the strong cross-border trade and investment and economic integration across the African continent and beyond, hence leading to economic prosperity, improved efficiency, and reduced poverty. Our offerings range from high-quality advisory service to various continental bodies, assisting in treaty drafting, conducing negotiations, to engaging a comparative analysis will also be endured. On the other hand, in a short period of time after its establishment, the Ethiopian Federal Bar Association is achieving remarkable milestones nationally and in the African continent and beyond. The active role of its leadership and member lawyers and law firms in regional and international forums like this is a manifestation of the growing visibility of the profession in this space. The association itself is currently one of the most vibrant and influential bar associations in the region. Of course, the Ethiopian Federal Bar Association is also the youngest member of the BRICS Legal Forum, which we are proud. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the two institutions, I would like to see a better collaboration with the BRICS Legal Forum and its members, as our current level of cooperation and involvement falls short of its huge potential. I believe that strong institutions and robust bilateral and multilateral cooperations are necessary for a real change in our respective continents and beyond. This year's theme of the 10th BRICS Legal Forum, strengthening the Global South cooperation for more inclusive and sustainable governance, resonates deeply with the current legal landscape and creates issues we must address, whether it's advancing access to justice, rule of law, promotion of cross-border legal services, legal diplomacy, promoting legal education, protecting human rights, as we as members of the global law society have a responsibility to lead by example and inspire change for the sustainable growth across the much-needed jurisdictions. Mr. President, members of the Council, friends of Africa, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here as a legal community, let's take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey we have embarked together as guardians of justice, defenders of rule of law, and champions of human rights across the globe. We shall emphasize on the need for the legal framework and enabling environment for cross-border legal practice and cooperation in the fields of transnational trade and investment, corporate practices, and international arbitration, which are also imperative for our regions and globally. The advantage of international commercial arbitration speaks even more to developing legal systems with a developing judicial system that benefits significantly from alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to fill the efficiency gap the sector struggles. The same applies to our efforts in promoting cross-border trade and investment, corporate law practices, and transnational legal practice, and so on. However, the future gains are not free of challenges. There is a huge gap in the area of economic regional integration, cross-border legal practice, which needs to be filled by we, continental legal leaders, leaders of the national bar associations, our regional institutions, leading lawyers, law firms, government officials, and other relevant stakeholders. These recent years even more challenging as they are characterized by the significant shifts in the global economic, social, geopolitical landscapes. Amid the widespread economic challenges such as the rising inflation, public-private debt, a rising cost of production and living, as we as a legal community have to play our leading role in promoting rule of law to a fair world order, robust transnational trade and investment, enhanced legal service and prosperity for our world. I believe and I recognize that the potential that the BRICS group in the global space. This is a huge group that has a lot to offer. As we, the lawyers and strategists on our presence on the global stage, as we, the lawyers, we strategize on our presence on the global stage, the role of lawyers in overcoming the challenges stated above and other is crucial in navigating the complex interplay of the diverse factors. Effective cross-border legal practice and collaboration, including dispute resolution mechanisms, are vital to overcome the challenges regarding the unfamiliar and the complex interplay of various factors, which usually discouraging factor for the investors on the overseas, to the parties of a certain dispute, and to our clients. Furthermore, the Continental Leading Association, PALU, intends to play a significant role in filling the gaps related to free movement of service, specifically cross-border legal practice, and contribute towards improving effectiveness of our cooperation in various modalities. For these and other ambitious plans to materialize, in addition to formal sessions like today, I strongly recommend we strengthen our formal and informal but regular engagements in various modalities. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the BRICS Legal Forum and for our Brazilian counterparts for their unwavering commitment to foster collaboration and professional excellence. To my fellow continental leaders, esteemed bar presidents, and distinguished representatives, your leadership and vision has been instrumental in shaping the path forward. Together, we have the power to influence policy, lawmaking, advocate for reform, promote rule of law, advance on effective collaboration on cross-border investment and legal practice, and uphold the integrity of our legal systems. Let us identify the key takeaways of this 10th BRICS Legal Forum and change them to a detailed and costed work plan. On behalf of the Pan-African Lawyers Union and the Ethiopian Federal Advocates Association, I and my team will be happy to explore the options to work with all stakeholders and support all the efforts in this regard. I want to underline our shared commitments and vision to addressing common challenges through a collective action, emphasize the importance of mutual obligation and cooperation, and call for unity and bold actions to build a better future. Next September, PALU will hold its flagship annual General Assembly and the 16th conference in the historical and beautiful city of Cairo. The event will be attended by a huge number of law firms, lawyers, bar presidents, and all African bar associations, international lawyers organizations, and representatives from regional and continental agencies, industry leaders, and senior officials. I'm confident PALU will give our sisters and brothers the best and unique experience in the vibrant city of Cairo. I invite you all, the council members of the BRICS Legal Forum, all the national bar leaders, leading lawyers, law firms, and all the participants to join us in Cairo in the coming September. Lastly, but not least, I want to congratulate the leaders of the Bar Association of Brazil for their success in organizing this vital conference and also bringing PALU and other important partners together. Your dedication has created a platform where we can share knowledge, exchange ideas, and build a lasting partnership that transcends borders. I wish you all a successful conference. Obrigado, merci beaucoup, I thank you.
Agradecemos as palavras.
I'd like to thank the words from Dr. Theodore Gechachu, and would like to invite the lawyer of associations, families of the Iran Republic, Hassam Abedulian-Puch.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, presidents of the international law, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin to transmit with you a hello from Iran and the international family of 130 and the lawyers of Iran. I would like to thank the organizers of this forum that created this opportunity for us to meet and talk. When it comes the diplomacy of Iran's Republican and other regions, we always moved beyond the limits of pacts in the world, preserving the high value and respecting the human rights. We consider the human states and the customs from thousands of years in the ancient world, in the ancient country of Iran, and the respect of all the particles of creation to create peace and tranquility and cure the human suffering are things that we already looked on in Iranian culture for the last 100 years. The sons of men are members of our bodies. It is a part, some parts are sick, so the other parts cannot live in tranquility. We have a saying that says that the ant is an animal that collects seeds. Either way, we cannot hurt them. This is a vision that Iranians and the Republic of Iran really has pride in having people that are specialists with 88 global disciplines in the realization in this moment. We have the worries to establish justice and expand the public rights and create access to each individual in human society to reach every national level and to look into the basis of human equality. However, these days, the global community is at the edge of transformation. The order established after the Second World War as a base of the United Nations in the second article, paragraph 1, the prohibition of the use of force in the fourth paragraph, the non-interference in the non-interference in different regional geographic parts in 119 and 70. These principles have been the confidence of international conversations. However, the reality is that these principles have been systematically violated in some, especially by America and its allies. And in international organizations like the United Nations, the Security Council, it's becoming dysfunctional and losing its original spirit. Sanctions like the economic, to use force and support aggression against independent states and using the financial international system are also interfering in the global order. The actions of Americans against the BRICS nations are contrary to the principles of the United Nations and the rights and the international rights of, like the resolution 26 and 25 and 281 in These sections are contrary to the principles of illegitimacy in the nations of developing as consecrated in 1986 as in the first article in the International Pact of Human Rights and the Pact of Economic and Cultural Rights. In the last few years, the Iranian nations have been victims of one of the biggest examples of violations of international aggressions. The attacks against the Iranian territory, including nuclear Pacific institutions, please hold. The assassination of the nuclear scientist was a big violation of the 4 conventions in Geneva of 49. The assassination of women and children in Iranian women and children and the open support of America constitutes in a violations in acts that are illicit. In some cases, this calls the supervision of the participation of the United States in these crimes. At the same time, the worldwide conscience is shocked and embarrassed with the catastrophe in Gaza. More than 35,000 women and children are dead. Hospitals have been destroyed. These tragedies are a clear violation of the 50 Article of ONU and in the Geneva Convention. It's really terrible that the United Council of ONU did not follow the legal rights written in these laws. This is why the independent nations of the world are looking to establish a new juridical law order which the criteria is not the military power but human rights. Us in BRICS, we believe that the time has come so that our countries work together to create structures to guarantee the global justice. So the Republican of Iran would like to propose for us to create international jurisdiction. We would like to propose that the letter in BRICS would be elaborated and formulated with mutual respect. We would like to create a tribunal in BRICS so we can look into sanctions and illegal actions and have the capacity to judge members of our country and non-members of our country. We would like to create a mechanism in the areas of education and arbitration, in law and international organisms. We would like to create a mechanism with president proportions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Islam is an ancient country with a lot of jurisdictional experience, and we are ready to share these human resources with the faith in God and with the will of all the free countries. We believe that BRICS can create a new future that is more human, that peace remains with all of us, thank you very much for all the attentions of those here present. We would like to thank his words, and we would like to invite the Director of Human Resources of the Laws Bar Association from Cuba, Melézes Velázquez. Boa tarde. Good afternoon.
Razones objetivas no pudo estar presente en este cónclave. Nuestra organización se rige en su funcionamiento por la Ley 176, aprobada por primera vez en Cuba una ley para la abogacía en el mes de diciembre del año pasado. Esta ley contiene el funcionamiento de nuestra organización, que es considerada como una organización autónoma, con un patrimonio propio, con un ejercicio de representación, asistencia jurídica a las empresas privadas que ya están gestionando en Cuba, empresas estatales y también a las personas naturales que residen dentro del territorio nacional. Nuestra organización cuenta con 2.055 abogados, los que se distribuyen por todos los territorios del país en un número de 189 bufetes colectivos. En nombre de los abogados de nuestra organización, agradecemos la oportunidad que se nos ha dado de participar en este interesante evento, por cuanto a partir de la incorporación de Cuba como socio estratégico de los BRICS, consideramos que la labor y el papel de los abogados es muy importante y el reto que tenemos los abogados cubanos es significativo. Auguramos éxitos en este evento y estamos seguros de que aprenderemos muchas cuestiones importantes para el desempeño del derecho en el contexto tan adverso en el orden internacional en el que Cuba no escapa de la problemática económica y requiere de la integración en bloques como este para su mejoramiento económico y para la integración, la colaboración y la gestión de nuestros recursos en este propósito. Agradecemos infinitamente al presidente de la organización, a la compañera Ana, por su colaboración para nuestra participación en este evento y, por supuesto, esperamos llevarnos las mejores experiencias para que la abogacía cubana se ubique en mejores condiciones para fortalecer su desempeño y la representación en el propósito de que este bloque tan importante se perfeccione, avance y se desarrolle. Muchas gracias.
We would like to thank the Dr. Mercedes Diaz Velázquez, and we would like to continue with, we would like to invite the Minister Enrique Ricardo Lewandowski. He is the now Minister of Justice, and he was nominated by Lula in February of 2024. He is also a professor in the Law University of São Paulo. In 2014, he was the president of Republican Brazil, and he was in the Brazilian Senate, the impeachment process. He was also between 2010 and 2012 in the Electoral Tribunal. And in 1st of January in 2024, he took over the presidency of the Tribunal of Common Market of Mercosul, and now he is in the ministerial function. He has the titles of Master, Doctor, Biosby, and he has a Master's in Arts and International Relations in Tufts, along with the corporations of Harvard and the United States. He is the author of various articles and books, The Globalization, Regionalization, and Sovereign. He has a structure and for the human protection of human rights in internal laws and international. He also led the maritime rights. He launched reflections in constitutions. He had a lot of homages and with declarations. Between the ones that I would like to highlight are the medals of the White River, the Navy, Aeronautics, and the National Congress. So I will pass now the words to Henrique Ricardo Lewandowski.
Good morning to everyone. I would like to greet the President of the Federal Council of the Brazilian Bar Association, Beto Simonetti, who was re-elected, something unprecedented. This was thanks to his prestige amongst lawyers. Also thanks to the proficiency of his administration. I thank you for your invitation. I just arrived from Brasilia to participate in this very important event that brings together lawyers from this bloc of associated countries that we call the BRICS countries. I would like to tell the lawyers present here today, as well as the other authorities, that you are coming to a country that is an exceptional country for several reasons. Brazil is exceptional because it has continental dimensions, because it has a generous people, multicultural society, multi-ethnic society, and we have today around 210 million people. It's a country with enormous natural wealth. It's a country with favorable climate for all kinds of activities. We have a temperate climate. It's also a peaceful country, a country that has no enemies and that doesn't create enemies. Our constitution establishes very clearly that the Brazilian government is forbidden to promote wars of aggression and that it should seek peace. And this is very important for us from the Hispanic community. There's also the fact that Brazil should seek Latin American integration. That is why, besides the BRICS countries, besides this association of countries that we're very proud to be a member of, in the past we had only Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and then South Africa as part of BRICS, but today we are a bloc that includes many other friendly countries. And so we're very proud of having created here in the south of this continent another important bloc, an economic bloc, not just an economic bloc, but rather a bloc that promotes integration in terms of culture and arts and in the political sphere, and that seeks to face the global problems in a continued fashion. And this bloc that I'm referring to is Mercosul. In the past, it had Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and today it also includes Bolivia and other observing countries such as Chile and Panama, which is to a certain extent rather far from here. And so Brazil is a country that's open to international cooperation. It welcomes its visitors with open arms. So what I would like to say to you in this lawyers forum is, first of all, that I was a judge during 33 years. I eventually got to the Supreme Court of the country, but I started my work as a lawyer. I practiced law for many years. I was a member of the chapter of the Brazilian Bar Association in São Paulo, and that's something that I'm very proud of. Then I became a judge through what we call the 5th Constitutional. That's because every court in Brazil has 1/5 of its places reserved for lawyers. So that's how I became a judge. And I was recommended by the Brazilian Bar Association to compose a criminal court. But my origin is, I come from the law profession, and I also spent my entire life as teaching law, especially public law, constitutional law, at the University of São Paulo. And that's why I would like to tell you that besides these, the phenomenal attributes of this phenomenal country, which is Brazil, we very proudly count on a very solid institutional stability. This is something that provides legal certainty. We have a constitution that was signed into law in 1988, and which was a result of the struggle of the Brazilian population against the military regime. And our constitution is one of the most modern constitutions in the world. It was inspired by the constitutions that came up after the Second World War and the struggles against tyranny. So we're based on the Italian and the German and the Spanish and the Portuguese constitutions. And again, these constitutions arose from a struggle against authoritarian regimes. And so the Brazilian constitution got the best from these European constitutions in relation to the rights and fundamental guarantees. Brazil today has a constitution that perhaps has a chapter of fundamental guarantees that's perhaps one of the most advanced chapters in the world. We have rights of first generation, individual and political rights. We have second generation rights, which are social rights that include the right to work, the right to education, the right to health, the right to residence. We also included third generation rights, such as rights of self-determination, right to fraternity, right to development, and the right to the protection of the environment, consumer rights. We also have fourth generation rights as a result of the advance of technology, above all the digital technology, and this involves the protection of the intimacy and privacy of people. We also have a chapter that involves the protection of indigenous populations, the original inhabitants of the country. We have a chapter related to the protection of the quilombolas, which are the descendants of the African slaves. We have rights related to people with disabilities, children, women. So we have a constitution that in this regard is extremely well advanced. We have checks and balances in our constitution that's very sophisticated. And the three branches, the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary branch, are in constant conversation. Of course, there are moments of greater stress and tension and conflicts, but the three branches of power throughout these 37 years in their institutional interactions have reached results that result in well-being for the population. We have a judiciary that's autonomous, independent, and which today is comprised of 18,000 judges. We have federal judges, state judges, labor judges, election judges, and military judges. And these all join the judiciary through either through the recommendation of the Brazilian Bar Association or through public office exams. They are controlled by a National Justice Council, which controls the discipline of the judiciary and which also controls the resources of the judiciary. We also have a public prosecutor's office, which is completely autonomous and independent, and which has a similar number of prosecutors, and whose responsibility is the guardianship of the Constitution and of the democratic order. And I'm very proud to say, in front of all of our lawyer friends here, that we have a very combative, courageous, and independent category of lawyers in Brazil. Category of lawyers that in the most difficult moments of Brazil has risen up in the struggle against authoritarianism, against dictatorships, against censorship. And I can truly say that as a member of this category, and hopefully I will be a member of this category once again, I can say that this is a category of professionals that is on the front lines of the defense of the Brazilian democracy. Therefore, as a first message, as an initial message, I would like to say that Brazil is a country that has focused on public safety. That's why it has attracted investments from everyone. Brazil is a country where litigations can be resolved through an independent judiciary. And this always happens under the initiative and the protection of law profession, which is not linked to government or political or economic interests. So we have a structure that allows controversies or litigations to be solved not just through legal means, but also through alternative dispute resolution mechanisms such as arbitrations and conciliations and mediations, where basically the lawyer has a very important role to play. I would also like to say a few things about the importance of international cooperation. We live in a very complex world, a world in which some authors, and recently I read a book from a French intellectual called Thomas Gomard, and the title of the book was The Acceleration of History. And so this French author in his book said that history accelerated a lot, especially in relation to the recent past. It advanced a lot, and because of this acceleration of history, rulers have difficulty in solving all these problems because there are so many of them and because they happen simultaneously. And global warming is an example of this. There are also the regional wars, the arms race, the mass migrations, the economic crises, terrorism, and now we have a new phenomenon which I, as Minister of Justice and Public Safety, have to face, which is the phenomenon of crime. We no longer have local crime or national crime. We're talking about global crime. So today, ladies and gentlemen, dear lawyers, there is no other solution to solve these very important problems without international cooperation. Unfortunately, the multilateral system for solving problems, which was created after the Second World War, and especially after the Bretton Woods conferences, these mechanisms began to be disintegrated, especially after 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall. So little by little, multilateralism represented by the World Trade Organization, or the World Health Organization, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, many of these were left behind as multilateral forms of discussion. And these fora were replaced by unilateralism, a pragmatic, aggressive unilateralism that imposes its wills without there being a consensus amongst all those members that participate in the resolution of a problem.
I am sure and I have the conviction, and I already am preparing to finish. And since lunch is coming up and it's not polite to talk a lot before lunch, but I would like to say that outside of the multilateral or outside of a recuperation of new forums, these multiple problems that I mentioned before that affect the world will not have a solution. Nobody has a solution that is ready. No country has a solution. That's why I would like to salute the President Beto Simonetti in this initiative in the Brazilian Bar Association to bring everybody together from BRICS. So these dialogues between the BRICS is in a level that is professional and is very important, so we can create a world that is more peaceful, more solitary, more just, and more apt to solve these problems in which we now face. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the very important words from Its Excellency, the Minister Ricardo Lewandowski. In this moment, the President of the National Brazilian Bar Association, Beto Simonetti, will deliver the certificate of participation to Its Excellencies to thank him for the enrichment in this event. We would like to ask the authorities to stand up so we can take an official photo of this event. If you could please stand up so we can take a photo.
Para encerrar,
We would like to pass the word to the National President of AOB, Beto Simonetti. I would like to thank all the people present here, everybody who spoke for the international law. I would like to thank about everyone for this first part of this event. I'd like to thank Francisco Caputo, which is the coordinator of this event here, the sub-coordinator, the lawyer Bruno Barata, to the director of OB, Rony Paz Duarte, the president and consulars and our directors represented here by Roseline Moraes and Beto Silva Júnior de Moraes, our treasurer, and everyone who's here present in all the different international delegations, and especially to the Minister Ricardo Lewandowski that came from Brasilia to participate in our event. So I would like to declare the end of this first phase, and at 2 p.m. we will meet again. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We will now continue with the program of the 10th BRICS Legal Forum. We would like to ask that you keep your cell phones in silent mode. To be a part of this panel, that's called Judicial Cooperation between Southern Countries of the Global South and Foreign Investments. We have the Director of the Department of International Law and Cooperation of the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Federation, Dr. Ekaterina Kudelich. We have Senior Partner and Head of the Department of Dispute Resolution and Investigations of Level Legal Services, Dr. Alexei Dudko. Then we have the Senior Researcher of the Center of International Law and Comparative Legal Studies from the Institute of Legislation and Comparative Law at the Government of the Russian Federation, Kirill Naletov. We have the judge from the Economic Court of the Commonwealth of Independent Nations and Dean of the Spear School of Judicial Studies at the Institute of Public Administration and Civil Services of the Presidential Academy of Russia for Economy and Public Administration, and member of the Russian Bar, Dr. Oleg Zaitsev. We also have the Professor of Law, Director of the Center of International Exchange, and Dean of the International College of the College of Political Sciences and Law of Eastern China, Wu Qiangfang. We also have the Vice President of the Chinese Bar and the representative of the Egyptian Bar and Vice President of the Union of Pan-African Lawyers, Dr. Mohammed Hassanein. We also have the Director of the Department of International Affairs of the Center of Lawyers of Iran, Dr. Morteza Abdi. And now we would like to give the floor to Dr. Ekaterina Kudelich. She will talk about aspects of the creation of a common investment arbitration system of the BRICS countries.
And friends, first and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Federative Republic of Brazil for its exemplary presence in BRICS Alliance, as well as to Brazilian Bar Association for its outstanding organization of the 10th BRICS Plus Legal Forum. The majority of those gathered here today are legal practitioners, while I represent a policy-making capacity. As a head of International Law Division in the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Federation, I am involved in promoting the initiative to establish the BRICS International Investment Arbitration Center. This journey commenced 3 years ago in 2022 when we developed the initial draft concept of the center and submitted it to the consideration by BRICS member states. We want it to be not just one more duplicating institution. We are keeping in mind creating a structure supporting blooming investments within BRICS, as well as incorporating new approaches to investment dispute resolution, and of course coping with modern challenges. Among them are sanctions and unilateral restrictive measures of individual states, which create serious barriers and turning arbitration into a tool of geopolitics. In 2024, 2 expert meetings were held involving representatives of relevant agencies from 9 BRICS countries. During these meetings, we received very valuable feedback from our colleagues. In developing and promoting our concept of the center, we are trying to adopt a so-called business product-based approach rather than a project-oriented one. Moreover, we are using something like a minimum viable product strategy, which means that it's more efficient to release a basic version with core functionality to test central hypotheses and gather early feedback rather than to develop a complex product immediately. Initially, we envisioned the BRICS International Investment Arbitration Center having two primary competencies. The first is resolution of investor-state disputes, and the second competence is amicable settlement of disputes through mediation, negotiation, conciliation, and including resolution of claims through investment policy reviews. And to be perfectly honest, our ideas were at the beginning a bit mechanical and formal. We were creating fresh structures based on old designs. But then we looked at what one of our members, Brazil, was doing. They were not focused on building a better courtroom. They were focused on building a better partnership. And for 10 years, Brazil has been pioneering something called the Cooperation and Investment Facilitation Agreements. And they're based on a very simple but very powerful idea. What if we focus on preventing disputes rather than just resolving it? What if we build a system focused on collaboration rather than conflict, on opportunities rather than obstacles? And during our expert discussions, Brazilian partners proposed to include state-to-state dispute resolution into the center's mandate. This initiative aligns with Brazilian existing investment dispute resolution framework, where interstate mechanisms kick in after mediation fails. And we have integrated this proposal into our concept. This focus on dialogue and resolving potential conflicts before they escalate into battles aligns perfectly with the consensus-driven nature of BRICS, which stands as a union focused on the principles of consensus, equality, mutual benefit, and shared prosperity. However, at the same time, BRICS is the place which can be characterized by multipolarity, multiculturalism, and varied legal traditions. And even in this very specific area of investment arbitration, national positions vary significantly. Each member state rightfully pursues its national interests, asserts national jurisdiction and sovereignty, and promotes the prominence of their domestic arbitration institutions. And while these institutions operate within every country, we should recognize that the path to unity lies not in competition, but in consensus, in the willingness to transcend immediate interest for the greater collective good. Last year, under Russian presidency in BRICS, we hosted the first ever meeting of our justice ministers. And during this meeting, our initiative concerning the center received not only consideration. Ethiopia, Iran, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and China have all stepped forward, expressing their enthusiastic commitment to moving this work forward. And we place our trust in the continuation of this format under Brazil and coming Indian presidency in BRICS. In conclusion, I would like to address with some final remarks. Some may say that this idea to create a new BRICS International Investment Arbitration Center while having plenty of national and international arbitration institutions is utopian. Others may call it idealistic, but someone once said that progress is not measured by how far we can see forward, but by how boldly we can step forward. And today, I think we stand on a remarkable crossroad in the evolution of international investment arbitration. You all perfectly know that all the platforms which are now searching for a balanced new model of investment arbitration. It's, for example, UNCITRAL with its vision of establishment permanent investment court, the European Union advocating for a multilateral investment court to replace the current arbitration system in trade and investment agreements. The Brazilian model of CIFA's model, which I have already talked above. And all these platforms unites a profound understanding that the current system of dispute resolution desperately needs transformation. And the frameworks established in the last century, they no longer serve our modern needs. And let me be clear, it's our firm belief that without a unified overarching mechanism for resolving and preventing investment disputes within BRICS space, we will risk to complicate the current investment landscape significantly. If nothing is done in the nearest future, we'll see the return to direct investment contracts with states containing so-called protective clauses. We may also find ourselves reverting exclusively to diplomatic protection mechanisms, which while occasionally effective, unfortunately reduce businesses and investors to mere pawns in the geopolitical chessboard of international trade. I'm sure that this is not the future we are aspired to. We are convinced that the BRICS International Investment Arbitration Center could be more than just one more institution. And with the joint efforts of investors, legal professionals, academics, and governmental authorities, we'll have an extraordinary opportunity to create a new, well-balanced investment dispute resolution and prevention mechanism, which can become a symbol of our joint commitment to create a fairer, more exclusive global economy and legal order. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to receive your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Alexei Dudko. I am the senior partner of a leading Russian law firm, which is called Level Legal Services. If you could please put the slides on which were there, I think I will be in the position then to continue and click them through. Thank you so much. So back to work after the recess and after the lunch, which is a difficult task, I'm sure, but let's try to get some heavy lifting. I think the real challenge for us is that we need to make sure that, I'm sorry, I see that the difference, is it possible to turn the slides also on the screen? Because from there is a turning and there's a different slide. I think if there's a right sequence on the events, we'll go ahead. If not, obviously, I will have to explain you slightly more as to where we are. But I think the real challenge is what you have seen from the colleagues and what you've heard from them is to make sure that we turn words into action and we are living with something tangible. Now, I want to talk about the effective commercial arbitration in times of sanctions for businesses of BRICS plus countries, about the options and perspectives. Now, the picture which you have just seen, but probably didn't have the chance to look at it thoroughly, had to do with the painting of the famous Norwegian painter Edvard Munch, which is called The Scream, which is actually the state of where the arbitration, well, here we go. You can see it, it's on the left side. Oh, see? So you have to follow it really quickly. Great, now you can see it, and hopefully it will not disappear. Now, it was the real state of shock, because for me, as well as for many practitioners, not only in Russia, but in other jurisdictions, for those who were quite successful in terms of practicing international arbitration, 2022 and what happened later on was probably one of the biggest crises in international arbitration, which changed quite a lot. And for arbitration practitioners, it was a real shock, because the measures, effectively anti-arbitration measures, implementing various sanctions, they've challenged the world of commercial arbitration to its core. It had to do not only with the blocking unilateral sanctions, but with the risk of secondary sanctions, as well as various tariffs and non-tariff protection measures. Now, we are all on BRICS-related and BRICS core countries are one way or the other affected by them. You've heard figures today about the amounts of sanctions put on the Russian economy, which is alive and kicking, nevertheless. But obviously for arbitration practitioners it was indeed a big deal. And, I've just identified a number of problems which are still there, but which mostly we've managed one way or another to overcome, but which remain an issue for arbitration counsel. For example, if you have to engage counsel from EU or from England or from the US, you have the issue of and it was initially there, of a de facto boycott by the big law and of the best and the brightest practitioners who are supposed to represent you under the foreign law. And this brings, and for those of you who practice arbitration, this brings the issue of the so-called equality of arms, because arbitration world is a closed community, everyone knows each other. Some arbitrators we know are more keen to listen to the other counsel than to the other who are not the members of the club, and it's a big issue. So it's an issue of equality of putting effectively your case. Now the question and the whole issue was not only limited to the not being in the position to engage the brightest and the best, but also to the fact that certain arbitrators and certain lawyers who voiced their disgust with what was happening, they were targeted. Well, you've been told that there was the 19th package of sanctions from the EU enacted. Now, it was the first time when the Russian law firm, Maxima Legal, was singled out and effectively named as a company who was found guilty in the work related to trying to present the interests of Russian clients in EU administrative authorities. Although it's not related to arbitration, but nevertheless, all sorts of the intimidation, and for those who work for state, the council, they face sometimes threats and or professional ostracism coming from the community, which is a big issue. And in the arbitration world, unfortunately, this is not rare. You remember the matter of Sultan of Sulu, where the principled Spanish arbitrator was held criminally liable by Spain for disobeying the orders. And obviously in this jurisdiction, in Brazil, the members, we were told, of the Supreme Court of Brazil, there were sanctions for a principal position on the internal matters for one very famous criminal matter, as well as, you name me the examples of intimidation and criminal sanctions coming from leading Western jurisdictions trying to influence the decisions, such as this has to do with the certain international courts which were rendering the awards or judgments allegedly incompatible with the interests of the leading Western jurisdictions. Now, it's a big issue. In terms of the infrastructure, parties coming from sanctioned jurisdictions, they have the issues of payments. It's as simple that, for example, payments of arbitration expenses, arbitration fee, could take months, or sometimes, even longer than this. So it's effectively, it's a situation where you can ask, do I have the right for justice? Do I have the right for equal justice? Yes. Can I actually perform it? No, because there is a drag on the payments of the certain fees or of certain things which we are yet to finance, like expertise, additional expenses of the tribunal, etc. So if you are a sanctioned party, it's a very big issue which could affect the arbitration. And there are a number of arbitrations which, because of this, they face a dead end. And because there is a valid arbitration clause, there's few things which you can do. Now, I would just say that it all dates back to partially a bigger problem which has to do with the cancel culture of certain ideological models which are being imposed, and to which we as a professional community of the BRICS lawyers, they have to find some kind of antidote. Because, well, if there is an anti-culture fighting you, you have to create your own. And therefore, I fully support the position of the previous speakers on the previous session, who said that we shouldn't leave this forum just talking and, probably meet in a year or so, but there should be a permanent platform with the establishment of the working groups as to how to promote the true values of international arbitration, because this is perhaps the most striking feature. You have the New York Convention, which is the most successful universal legal instrument. You have possibility of enforcement in over 170 jurisdictions around the world of the awards. But with the sanctions issues, you have the two major problems, apart from the numerous ones I have identified. The first one is forming a neutral, sanctions-neutral arbitral tribunal, whereby, for example, by the virtue of citizenship or residence, as a lex persona, as a personal law, for example, certain arbitrators or Western jurisdictions or others, they have to apply the sanctions laws or regime as a part of the personal law or as a part of the contractual status. This is the first issue. And secondly, which is also as important as this one, the issue has to do with the challenge and enforcement of arbitral awards. Just to give an example, recently there was a judgment, an award of the Stockholm Chamber of Commerce Arbitration Tribunal, which awarded a Russian company, Stanko Import, a sum for the breach of the obligations by the other party for paying the advanced, a European party for paying the advanced sum for which it had to deliver the equipment. The equipment didn't arrive, so the Russian party went to the arbitration, got the awards, but which was subsequently successfully by the European party challenged and annulled in Sweden with reference to the sanctions regime, which prohibited under Regulation 8.3.3, Article 11, to uphold such claims. And now the matter is hopefully will be considered at the European Court of Justice, and we as professional lawyers, as Russian professionals as well as other international lawyers, they're bringing the amicus curiae opinion to the European Court of Justice to consider the matter, because effectively this is nothing more but the denial of justice. Again, do you have the right? Yes, but you can't enforce anything. So it's not worth then the arbitration. It's really quite a significant challenge to the whole situation. Now, what could be done about this? And I'm just turning the slides, and would ask also my colleagues to turn to the next slide on the screen. Now, what has happened? Obviously, arbitration goes where clients go. And if you face the situation of extreme sanctions pressure, probably for the next 5 years, because of the previous arbitration clauses, you will keep on arbitrating under the old clauses in the contracts in the same arbitration institutions like before, like LCA, ICC, Stockholm, Switzerland, etc. But effectively, what you will end up with is that clients go eastwards, and there's already a clear shift to the arbitration centers in the east, like HKIC, SIAC, DIC, and DIC, which is in the United Arab Emirates, and there are some other centers where Russian parties tend to go. Now, where are the BRIC countries here? Well, obviously, you could see Hong Kong, you could see Dubai, but what about the rest? There are some exotic options like arbitration in Burkina Faso, which Russian companies do, but effectively, the truth of the matter, there's no established venue for BRICS disputes in terms of commercial arbitration, as well as for this sanctions-related matters. So where to go? Well, because there could be issues with the respective parties also in established venues. Now, It's interesting, and we've always been looking for some pioneering new experience. And here you have it, perhaps I would mention the HKIC policy on proceedings affected by sanctions. And this is very important, because we as lawyers, we have to use the best practices. I will speak about this later, what we in Russia have developed with the help of also other international practitioners. But this is a remarkable document, because HKIC policy on proceedings affected by sanctions, they're dealing with the central issue now of the arbitration. And one way or the other, BRICS countries, they are directly or indirectly affected either by sanctions or by tariffs, which is, also regarded as a bit of an issue for commercial disputes and as a cancer, I have to say, on exercising of your rights. Now, the central issue is in arbitration is the appointment of arbitral tribunal. Arbitration is as good as the arbitral tribunal is good, and you want to make sure that the troika or the single arbitrator who is considering is sanctions neutral. And in the situation where the dispute involves sanctions, the HKIC in the policy provides it that provides the neutrality, at least for the chairman of the panel of arbitrators, providing that no national from a country affected by sanctions should be appointed in the normal course of events when the appointing authority is the HKIC. So, but it's a bare minimum. And what could be done more in this respect? Because there is an organization called the Russian Arbitration Association, which is an NGO consisting of arbitration practitioners as well as international practitioners in Russia. And we thought that, and you've heard also Catherine as well as other speakers telling about all these difficulties, political, legal, for BRICS countries to agree together on some legal instruments, because there are, of course, the issues, and it's a well-known thing between the BRIC countries. Now, we thought that it would be much more better for us as legal practitioners to develop something, legal instruments, which could be regarded as a means of soft law, which could be promoted as best practices in the industry, which could address the sanctions issues. Now, here, there is a reference to the protocol for effective arbitration in the context of unilateral sanctions, or called the Anti-Sanctions Arbitration Protocol, or ASAP. Now, the reference in Telegram canal is on the bottom, but I'm sure the organizers will send to you the details. You can click and watch these documents. I will just go quickly through it, because I'm sure that is something which could be used as a model for consideration as to how to decouple or mitigate the effect of sanctions in the existing or in the future arbitration disputes in commercial arbitration, and possibly in the other arbitration matters involving maybe sports or investment arbitration. Now, it's a work in progress, and it's still under consideration, but it's already been presented in a number of international platforms, including Dubai, and where it was well received by practitioners. So I'm actually the ambassador of the Arbitration Association, and want to share also this experience with you and to hear your opinion on this. Now, the structure of the documentation had to do with the protocol itself, with the arbitrator's declaration on independence and impartiality, which has, enhanced protection against lack of sanction neutrality, and the SAP standard arbitration clause. Now, what is so remarkable about the anti-sanction arbitration protocol, which could be incorporated by reference into the contract or used as a model for enhancement of the arbitration rules, or could be used as a model for ad hoc arbitration. Now, it is based as an opt-in model on UNCITRAL arbitration rules, which is a well-known and respected set of arbitration rules. Now, and it's then built on two other building blocks. So the first one is the full and frank sanctions disclosure. What does this mean? It means that the tribunal and the prospective arbitrator who is appointed to adjudicate or arbitrate certain disputes, he has to give full and frank disclosure about any adverse effects, including his personal law, as to the effect which sanctions could have on its disputes, on him, and on the way how he adjudicates the matter. The same obligation goes to the party, to each party in the arbitration. in order to make sure that, that there is a, a level playing field and the possibility to neutralize whatever sanctions issues which could be related in this respect. And this is backed by the respective form of the arbitrator's declaration on sanctions neutrality. Because here, the whole concept is that it's based on autonomy of parties' wills, on the contract autonomy, and this could be a very, very powerful means to make sure, and which is being underdeveloped at the moment, to make sure that you can handle and protect sanctions neutrality. The other pillar, and I will be very quick given the timing, it has to do with the adjustment sanctions mechanism, because obviously arbitration clauses, they tend to fail or have issues when sanctions came. Now there is an issue with the appointing authority, who could, because of sanctions, some appointing authority don't work. Now here you have the issues of the cascades, where either a PCA or Cairo Regional Center for Arbitration or Asian International Arbitration Center in Kuala Lumpur, they could subsequently act as a default sanctions authority in case the established sanctions authority is not working. Place of arbitration. The arbitral tribunal has the discretion provided by the parties to change the place of arbitration if, for example, there is an adverse effect of sanctions. Now, this is a very powerful thing, and it allows to adjust the respective mechanism. Now, there is also a power of the tribunal to change the place, and not only to change the place, but also the lex arbitri, or the applicable arbitration law, which is a very big deal, I would think. Obviously, it remains to be seen how it works against the applicable law where the seat is tied to, but contractually, I'm sure that is something which has to be considered. This also goes to the place of the hearing. If there are issues for arbitration whereby one or the other place of hearing is adverse or is inconvenient for the parties to attend, because we as council tend to the situation whereby, for example, it's difficult to go to Canada. Sometimes it's difficult for Russian council or for the other to come to Europe because you will be denied visas or you have issues with payments. And obviously then the arbitral tribunal has to adjust for the place and for the whatever logistical issues are there. Now, we thought about the applicable law. And here, surprise, surprise, the old notion of lex mercatoria in the form of the union droit principles of international commercial contracts could be applicable as a accepted international regulation free from the sanctions elements. Because once we agree, like on English law, which has traditionally, adjudicates the disputes, and the parties are used to, pick for the settlements of the international disputes, you faced with the situation then by the back door, the sanctions can come in as a part of the mandatory regulation of the contracts applicable law. And of course it depends on the tribunal, it depends on the seat, but there is a risk that it could undermine the arbitration and adversely affect the party. So therefore, here there is a possibility, and this is what's suggested, is to use this principle, and you have a significant body of arbitral awards whereby disputes were adjudicated on the basis of this set of established and recognized principles. Last not least is obviously making sure that the payments of arbitration fees as well as the awards could be enforced. Sometimes because of the sanctions regulations, awards in dollars, in euros, there are no, because of the sanctions control and the fact that they have to be cleared for the corresponding accounts of respective banks, is not possible. So you have to render the awards in the currencies which meets the possibility of the enforcement test. I will just quickly complete because I'm running slightly out of time. So this is the sanctions protocol, something for us, I think, to consider. And I would love to, perhaps, in the work of one of the commissions, if we are, to set it as a result of the work of this forum, to discuss in a bit more detail and to see how it's working in the context of your respective jurisdictions. Now, in terms of the practical things which we are to have, I think that's what we're really lacking in terms of us as practitioners is the pool of available neutral and experienced specialist arbitrators. Because the existing old boys club is not a good thing to continue. So we would want to have lists of Brazilian, Ethiopian, Chilean, Argentinian, other arbitrators, Chinese, etc., whom we can, really consider for appointment. At the moment, this information is not even. So we, and you as legal practitioners, you know them better than us. So you need to bring them up and for us to consider them for appointment for commercial disputes. Now, I think we need to develop the model documentation. And this anti-sanctions protocol, ASAP, is one of the means for provoking legal thoughts in this respect. We should not sit idle and think that and complain about sanctions, tariffs, because there are powerful tools, actually, with the legal community to develop with your own hands here. So I'm sure we need to do it. Obviously, this one is too early. Obviously, I think we need to strengthen horizontal and multilateral arbitration initiatives. Obviously, you've heard about the investment protection. I think it's a long shot. But here, with the commercial arbitration, there is something which could be done quicker and in a more quality way, and not constrained too much by the political agenda of finding, a political solution. I think we need to, and as a matter of, again, a long shot, to think all. During the Cold War, and what is happening now, it's very close to it at least, there was Stockholm or Switzerland as a kind of as a center for East-West arbitration. So what will be the internationally recognized center of arbitration nowadays? HKIC, SIAC, something else, something akin to the U.S.-Iran claims tribunal, etc. We don't know, but we need to think about this. Because at the moment, the global center, unfortunately, is not there. And last not least, I think, is that, and given the fact that we have the representative from the Ministry of Justice, they really need to help Council to establish a sanctions-free enforcement zone. So unilateral sanctions should not have a say in the enforcement agenda, in the legal policy of the BRICS countries. And this is really a task for the ministries of justices to make sure that the trade is unconstrained, as well as for those who, for example, breach the rights, they will have to face justice in the respective jurisdictions, and they will not run, immune. Because what's happening now is that in many jurisdictions, Russian businesses are simply robbed. It's a situation close to Holocaust, whereby, the businesses are being taken out of properties, and the respective business parties are trying to grab the assets. And obviously, those affected by this, they will face retribution in the respective courts of law, in the arbitration, and these rights, they have to be enforced. And I think there's a big say for BRICS in this respect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. New beginnings in law are unthinkable without scientific research, especially today when the legal world is driving from legal positivism, where the sovereign state was the one and only source of law, to the natural law, to the natural law conceptions. Different to public law, based purely on the principle, everything which is not allowed is forbidden. Private law, with its everything which is not forbidden is allowed, uses the terminology of a very broad sense, like good faith, public order, reasonableness and prudence, etc., which do not have a definition in legal acts, but are open to scientific and judicial interpretation according to actual moment. A Philistine's way based on so-called practice or good sense, I'm afraid, will not be enough. Oh. Okay. The organization I have a great honor to represent is the Institute of Legislation and Comparative Law under the government of Russian Federation, the oldest multidisciplinary center of science of law in Russia, which performs, including but not limited to, plans for legislative activities of government of Russia, development of draft federal laws, scientific legal expertise of concepts, and draft regulations. In general, the Institute provides scientific support for the legal activities of both the Russian government and other state bodies, including political authorities. Annually, we prepare more than 2,500 expert opinions and analytical materials on appeals from individuals, legal entities, state bodies, and higher courts. Sovereign states traditionally plays a sound role in BRICS countries. However, legal science in BRICS states develop within the frameworks made by British or USA legal doctrine, where the sovereign state is initially brought down to the level at an ordinary legal entity. It reminds the train on a railway, where the train are classical liberal thoughts. The legislation and core practice of BRICS, BRICS member states, go within the frameworks set by legislation and judicial practice of the former metropoles. Their courts' practice remain valid, influencing the legislation of the BRICS countries and judicial decisions in Commonwealth of Nation state. Thank you very much. I'm asking you for slide 3, please. Yes, because it's important. Oh, it was. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. You can see on this slide the illustration of these approaches where Nigerian criminal code links directly to English law, and South African Supreme and Constitutional Court decisions, as well as Indian ones, are based in English, USA, and Canada judicial decisions. This trend wouldn't be negative if it wasn't a one-way road. I mean, I never saw English, Canadian, or USA courts decisions using the Global South court precedents. The rules of Lex Mercatoria, non-formal documents developed by international organizations, associations of business entities, namely the International Chamber of Commerce, the International Institute for the Unification of Private Law, UNIDROIT, etc., aimed to standardize the terms of private law contracts, are in active use in Global South as well. The problem is in their origin. They are made outside the territory and outside the interests of the countries of the Global South, and due to its non-governmental nature, away from the interests of sovereign state. In the slide, you can see it. In the center. In the center of the slide, you can enjoy the text of applicable law clause. Principles of law common to England and Azerbaijan is a clear reference to Lex Mercatoria. This happened mainly due not only to the lack of similar instruments at the national and international regional levels, but also to the lack of information about them. We know very few about unification in the framework of CID IP, the Conferencias Especializadas Interamericanas sobre Derecho Internacional Privado. We know very few about it. We know also very few about the legal documents developed by Mercosur and UNASUR. Even legally non-binding international treaties have the force of a soft law, same as Lex Mercatoria. All said above demonstrates the need to develop legal science above the rules of Western law. English law has, by the way, itself passed a certain transformation starting with classic of English law, Albert van Dicey, who was an enthusiastic supporter of the small state and the laissez-faire ideology in the 19th century, called the lack of division into public-private law in England, called it a feature of English identity, contrasting French administrative law, which we don't want to know anything about, he told. And ending with the fact that the public-private law dichotomy in modern England was proclaimed by a modern classic of English law, Martin Laughlin, as one of the core values of British law. At the same time, systems based on continental law, on the contrary, tend to a kind of convergence. Okay. Yes, number 4. Yes, thank you. BRICS member states belong to many legal families and represent many models of interaction between the state, community, and persons. Due to the said, the interaction of public and private laws in BRICS member states is not similar. The common is one. It is nowhere dichotomic. BRICS legal system don't have the united concept of the international legal instruments in their national law systems, nor the list of binding international treaties is one, nor their membership in international organizations. We can see, in example, Latin America. Brazil is a member of PROSUR, UNASUR, and the Organization of American States, etc., etc. This is obviously an obstacle to common approach. Slide number 5, probably. Oh, thank you. Goals of BRICS cannot be achieved properly without a unified or at least harmonized legal basis. Future approximation of BRICS member states should be conducted in the following areas. First, the limits of the national treatment principle, where rights and powers of foreign physical and foreign legal persons are equal to domestic ones. Second, the systems of disputes resolution, I mean international commercial arbitration. Third, the recognition and execution of foreign judicial decisions and arbitral awards. Fourth, the benchmarks of sovereign acts, acta iure imperii, and the benchmarks of commercial transactions, acta iure gestionis, for foreign sovereign immunity. So, the most promising directions of BRICS integration development in the field of private law are those where the sovereign state plays a sound role. These are, first, resolving issues of jurisdictional immunity of a foreign sovereign. Second, recognition and enforcement of foreign judicial decisions and arbitral awards. Both questions are to be answered by state courts. A new concept of the immunity, this so-called new, of course, a new concept of the immunity of the foreign sovereign, a functional immunity concept, requires the qualification of the disputed relations as acta iure imperii and acta iure gestionis. It is well known that this concept has been used in 80s and 90s by US courts against Latin American states, which acts were qualified as a commercial transactions. The problematic question is the criteria for applying sovereign immunity, purpose and nature of states' actions, and purpose and destination of state property. It is obvious that such vague and broad criteria need to be rethought, including in the BRICS level. The recognition and enforcement of foreign judgments is carried out by the state court, raises in practice a number of questions which are not solved in international level, but certainly deserves unification. First, whether the party against whom the decision was made, was granted the right to defense. Second question, whether the arbitration clause is valid under the law of the country where the decision was made, etc. And finally, two main principal issues. First, on the arbitrability of the dispute, and second, on the violation of public order according to both states' law. The answer to the first question depends on the distinction between public and private law, but is not completely predetermined by it. The answer to the second is a subject of scientific research, since the category of public order is definable only at a specific current moment. Slide 6, please. Oh, thank you very much. Are you sure? slide number 6 or what? Okay. The principal trends of the sovereign role in private law relations are as follows. First principal question is to find an optimal balance between public and private law. It's a Kantian ideal which is unattainable in practice, but serving as a guiding light. It is impossible to find a permanent balance between them. The role of the state in the life and society is unstable, is not uniform in its various aspects. It is private law that, due to its rigidness and conservatism, gives a certain stability to the interaction of the state and individuals. At the present stage of development, the state and society endure tectonic changes. The state is no longer just a regulator of private law relations, whose role ranges from minimizing state regulation of concept of a night watchman or laissez-faire state to total nationalization. The modern state acquires more and more functions as a participant of private law relations. Since such a combination a priori contradicts the principle of equality of parties in private law relations, in order to smooth over their negative results, the sovereign state, as a legislator, forms exceptions from the legal status of the state as an equal subject of private law relations. To what extent are these withdrawals relevant, proportionate, and due? The only legal science can answer these questions. A practical reflection of the problem is the question how to distinguish governmental or sovereign acts and transactions, commercial transactions involving the state. The state used to transfer its traditional tasks not only to subjects of international law and local governments, but also in private law entities. In modern times, this process affected not only property and territorial relations, as it was in the times of wild concessions, but also traditional public law relations in such areas as money issuance, military operations, justice, licensing, and even lawmaking. Of course, this trend has developed before, but in addition to the tendency for the state to transfer functions to private persons, there is also a new one, the above mentioned development of a non-governmental regulatory institutions. Private, especially business entities, can now also influence the law, although indirectly through the formation of lex mercatoria. There is no world law regulating the international behavior of commercial entities. The only instrument is lex mercatoria rules, which were made, developed, and interpreted by commercial entities themselves. This gives rise to talks about non-state law or privatization of laws. Sovereign states participating in private law relations are forced to work under these rules made by private persons. Sometimes it is developed by international organizations or even by a group of scientists, but they are, in all cases, made, developed, and interpreted without regard of global south. At the modern stage, BRICS is expected to expand. Moreover, modern BRICS structure provides other forms of interaction between states than membership as state partners. It is clear that without the institutionalization of BRICS, the creation of new common forms of interaction, it will be difficult to coordinate positions on a number of issues. The radical differences in cultural codes, historical development, principles of public administration, and models of interaction between private law persons, society, and sovereign state in the BRICS member states will play a positive role. I think it is appropriate to, see on the slide, it is appropriate to recall the famous expression of Mao Zedong, let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend. But we should remember, from the other side, that this approach, being primitively understood, leads to violation of another principle made by William Occam's razor. Entities are not to be multiplied beyond necessity. It seems that legal science can and should play the role of a reasonable obstacle to the uncontrolled growth of ideas, conceptions, and opinions. The institute I represent is a unique platform for a much needed and equally rare dialogue between representatives of legal science and the state. Civil servants, practicing lawyers as a rule, deal with specific issues of the application of law, but they cannot always see the big picture. Researchers, on the contrary, see the problem in its entirety. though usually unaware of the details. The task of legal science is to prevent the transformation of the role of the state in private law from the concept of deus in minimis est into devil in details. Problems can be solved jointly, not only at an interstate or global level, but also at the level which is closer to the practical needs of societies, the level of interaction between scientific organizations, bar associations, business entities. Actually, I don't want to steal the most precious resource in the world, most precious natural resource of the world. It's your time. I think my colleague will tell you much more. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, friends, distinguished guests, organizers and participants of the 10th BRICS Legal Forum. I sincerely thank forum organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to speak and share my thoughts. Also, my report is entitled, it is possible, my slides. No, it is not. It is not mine. It is called Zaitsev OV BRICS Forum. Also, my report is entitled The Association of Lawyers of the Russian Federation as a Territory of Legal Trust for Foreign Business. I'm confident that these ideas can be applied in any of the BRICS jurisdictions. One of the tasks facing the Association of Lawyers is to contribute to the development of the legal space in the modern geopolitical conditions amid the accelerated development of trade within BRICS states. In any case, this is an opportunity to exchange views and experiences in this area. National Association of Lawyers or bar associations definitely have a very powerful public resource. On the one hand, we are not government agencies and are therefore sufficiently flexible in our decision making. On the other hand, we also unite representatives of the state. Therefore, the solutions we propose can be implemented fairly quickly and effectively. What problems do foreign business face when entering our domestic jurisdictions? The same ones that our national business face when entering other jurisdictions. All the problems are absolutely mirror images of each other. Lack of knowledge of business customs and practices, lack of knowledge of laws and legislation of other country, inability to choose the right legal advisors. Let us note that the important feature that the legal systems of these countries belong to different legal families: civil law, common law, socialist law, etc. These countries have different cultural characteristics, including in business practices. It appears that building new trade relations between new partners often faces various difficulties due to the absence of legal trust territory. As a result, when problems arise, each party to the relationship begins to think and accuse the other party of misconduct and sometimes even outright fraud. How fair is this? Only partially. Most importantly, such problems can be avoided if legal support for such relations is properly structured on an independent associative platform. The right platform is our national associations. Our mission is to create a territory of legal trust where every new foreign participant in the national market can confidently enter and invest capital in the national economy. Such trust will be ensured by a preliminary expert assessment of companies for compliance with the criteria of good business practices and financial indicators. How will we do this? With the help of a special registrar of bona fide counterparties. A company's inclusion in the register provides market participants with a guarantee that the counterparty conducts business in good faith and has stable financial indicators. The idea is to fundamentally help business and society solve the problem of trust when concluding international transactions. At the same time, each company included in the register receives a concrete product, a reputation that will allow them to attract counterparties in the international market. It will be clear to market participants that if a company is in the register, it can be trusted. The register must be open and public, paid for and reliable. What does this require? Experts and their funding. We can solve the first problem by attracting experts from our community at National Association of Lawyers, as well as by inviting economists and financiers to cooperate within the framework of commissions at the level of National Association of Lawyers. The procedure for such an expertise could be as follows, perhaps a mixture of mediation and arbitration, but at a preliminary stage. Mediation and arbitration are means of resolving a dispute that has already arisen, while the proposed procedure is applied to prevent a dispute. So each counterparty applies to the Commission and each selects one expert, or they already participate with their own lawyers, and then these two select a third expert. This resembles the formation of arbitration panel, but its activity is not aimed at resolving a dispute, but at preventing it. We want to solve the second problem of financing, by introducing fees for inclusion in the register. To ensure the functioning of the register of bona fide counterparties, we propose to create registers of experts in the field of law and economics, possibly other fields, on the basis of National Association of Lawyers. This register is necessary both for analyzing compliance with the criteria of honest business conduct and financial stability, and for supporting transactions in the territory of legal trust. How do we want to do this? We want to create a unified database of bona fide counterparties in all BRICS countries. The idea is that a new foreign company can trust those companies in the economic sectors that are listed in the national registry. For example, if a Russian company wants to enter the Brazilian market, a transaction with a Brazilian company listed in the register of reputable Brazilian counterparties will allow it to eliminate the risks of unfair business practices. Conversely, being listed in the register will allow a Brazilian counterparty to verify the integrity and financial standing of a Russian counterparty. In the future, this register could become a database of business contact for its participants and a source of positive publicity. How to get into the register? There are two ways to get inside. The first way is to take the initiative and go through the compliance procedure to meet the criteria for honest business practice and financial stability. The criteria are currently being developed, so we welcome your suggestions. In this case, when a company requests to undergo the compliance procedure, experts conduct a free assessment and, based on its results, conclude whether the company complies with the established criteria. If the company meets the established criteria, it pays an annual fee and is included in the register. Subsequently, the company's status is updated once every 1 to 3 years. The second option is to include counterparties in the register when conducting an international transaction on the trust platform. We suggest updating the register of bona fide counterparties in a timely manner. Removal may be carried out on an initiative basis in the event of non-performance of an international transaction subject to an expert opinion, arbitration award, or state court decisions. In order to create and maintain a register of bona fide counterparties, in early October 2025, the Association of Lawyers of the Russian Federation established a commission on legal support for the development of a market economy within the framework of cooperation between the BRICS, SCO, and CIS countries. The chairman of our association, Sergei Stepashin, emphasized that the creation of such a commission ahead of the BRICS legal forum is correct and timely decision, as it will be possible to discuss cooperation with colleagues from other countries. In order to ensure the objectively and impartiality of its work, we invite representatives and experts from all BRICS countries to become members of our commission. Why do we believe such a mechanism will work? This mechanism will be based on the authority of the experts, but it will also be supported by the authority of the Commission and the associations of lawyers of our countries. The Commission will interact with similar commissions of the Association of Lawyers in BRICS states. We are ready to maintain a single or joint register of bona fide counterparties. So, dear colleagues, let's build a legal trust territory together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so can you just show my PPT, my slides? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a profound honor to stand before you, a distinguished gathering of experts, to discuss a topic of importance to the future of global commerce and dispute resolution, the modernization of China's commercial mediation system. Well, we live in an era defined by two powerful forces. One is globalization, the other is digitalization. In this new landscape, traditional wisdom, what we often call the Eastern experience, faces a critical juncture. It is challenged, yet simultaneously presented with unprecedented opportunities. The central question before us is not whether this experience remains relevant, but how we can revitalize it for the modern age. The answer lies in the deliberate and strategic modernization. Over the next while, I will guide you through this transformative journey. We will first explore the essence of the Eastern experience. We will then delve into the compelling reasons for its revitalization, examine the pressure and also the profound contemporary significance of the endeavor. Finally, we will unpack the very how, the core dimensions of its modernization. So, what is the Eastern experience? At its heart, mediation is the legal embodiment of a crucial ideal, the Chinese concept of he, harmony. It is a wisdom crystallized over millennium aimed at quelling lawsuits and ending disputes. This is not merely a procedure, it is a philosophical approach to conflict. The transition is deeply woven into the fabric of our history. From the ancient Confucian ideal, that is a society without a litigation, to the grassroots-focused Ma Xiwu, maybe you know about this person. Ma Xiwu education model in modern history is a kind of grassroots education model in China. And further to the renowned Fengqiao experience, which emphasizes resolving conflict at the local level. Mediation has continuously evolved. We witnessed the emergence of specialized mediators and also institutions, the distinction between community and also official mediation, the gradual establishment of a robust legal framework. So through this process, mediation has coalesced into a unique and defining feature of the Chinese legal culture. Crucially, the core values of Chinese mediation, that is consensus, reconciliation, and practicality, have transcended cultural boundaries, finding resonance and acceptance in legal systems worldwide. They have become a recognized and also valued Eastern element in the global tapestry of law. The push for a diversified dispute resolution mechanism further propelled mediation into the mainstream in China. The enactment of the People's Mediation Law of People's Republic of China in 2010, it was a watershed moment, marking the beginning of a new institutionalized era. This momentum sparked discussions among pioneering legal professionals and mediators about a dedicated commercial mediation law. The catalyst for its modern chapter, however, has been economic. The development of free trade zones and also the ambitious Belt and Road Initiative positioned commercial mediation not as an alternative, but as a standard mechanism. China's signing of the Singapore Convention on Mediation in August 2019 was a definitive statement of intent. Today, Chinese commercial mediation is in the face of vigorous and robust growth, making this modernization not just beneficial, but also necessary and urgent. Why then must the Eastern experience be revitalized? The drivers are twofold. One is external pressure, and the other is an internal, is endogenous need for evolution. So the dual drivers, externally we actually face, we face a dramatic surge in the volume and complexity of commercial disputes. The data is both staggering and also illuminating. So let's consider some figures from 2023. The Supreme People's Court of China reported 17.53 million first instance civil and commercial cases. Let that number sink in. That represents a 10.76% year-on-year increase. To put this in perspective, a decade ago, this number stood at approximately only 9 million. In just 10 years, the caseload has nearly doubled, placing our judiciary under immense strain. And the trend extends beyond litigation. Arbitration institutions across China handled 607,000 cases. This is a remarkable increase of 27.8%. But the most telling growth is in mediation itself. The China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, that is the CCPIT, Mediation Center, a leading institution, saw a 31.3% surge in cases, accepting 12,509 commercial mediation matters. Over the past decade, its annual average growth rate has been an outstanding 45%. It's kind of astounding, really astounding number. Perhaps the most powerful indicator comes from preliminary 2024 data. In just the first half of the year, the total value of claims handled by the CCPIT Mediation Center reached 39.78 billion RMB. This means that in 6 months, the disputed amount was almost 4 times that of the entire previous year. This is not just a growth, it's an explosion, a clear and powerful signal from the market for efficient, flexible, and pragmatic dispute resolution. The external pressure is compounded by an internal challenges. Well, the conflict between tradition and modernity, the Eastern experience, while rich in wisdom, often operated as principles of community influences and also personal authority. The modern global commercial society, however, demands what? Demands professionalism, efficiency, standardization, and also predictability. However, there is a gap that must be bridged So China's evolving role from integrating with international rules to actively shaping global governance requires that our systems are not just compatible, but innovative and also leading. To simply preserve the Eastern experience in a museum would be to let it wither. To revitalize it, we must courageously undertake its modern development. So from the Eastern experience to global exemplar, then this modernization carries a significance far beyond the practical utility of dispute resolution. It represents a deeper contribution. China is increasingly leveraging this modernized Eastern experience to resolve international commercial disputes, striving to become a preferred global destination for such a resolution. This allows parties from around the world to benefit from the efficiency and also convenience of China's diversified foreign-related dispute resolution mechanisms. As one of our judges colloquially stated, the Eastern flower of mediation has crossed oceans while justly and efficiently resolving international commercial disputes. It offers a unique experience to Chinese and also foreign parties from different countries and cultures, showcasing the judicial wisdom and humanistic care of China's foreign-related judges. Our international commercial and maritime dispute resolution mechanisms are constantly being refined. The Chinese approach, which seamlessly integrates mediation, litigation, and arbitration, is now shining on the world stage. Its influence is also growing. Let me offer a concrete example here. According to the 2024 Global Dispute Resolution Index, Shanghai now ranks the 5th globally in commercial mediation efficiency, surpassing established hubs like Tokyo and Paris. The Swiss Institute for Management Development, that is IMD, offered a perceptive analysis. Shanghai has upgraded mediation from an alternative dispute resolution method to a preferred dispute resolution method, reshaping corporate decision-making logic here. The impact extends even further. We are now seeing the export of these modernized rules here. Thailand has drawn inspiration from Shanghai's mediator credit point system for its own national mediator assessment system. The International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, incorporated a confidentiality grading proposal from Shanghai into its updated international mechanism rules. The establishment of new international institutions like the International Commercial Dispute Prevention and Resolution Organization, it was in 2020, and also China's leading role in founding the International Mediation Court, it was in 2025 in Hong Kong, China, are testament to this growing influence. Therefore, the modernization of China's commercial mediation is more than a domestic legal upgrade. It is our contribution of Chinese wisdom and also a Chinese approach to the world. And then the third part is path to revitalization, 3 core dimensions. How then is this revitalization being achieved? The framework rests on 3 independent pillars. They are institution, organization, and technology. So the first pillar is legal safeguards and institutional innovation. The transition is from reliance on soft societal constraints to the hard, reliable guarantee of the rule of law. This is fundamental to building the trust of commercial entities. For years, the most significant hurdle was the absence of a unified national commercial mediation law in China. Rules were fragmented across various laws and regulations. So they create inconsistency and also hinder professional growth. This is changing rapidly. A major milestone was reached with the draft regulations of the People's Republic of China on commercial mediation. Just was released this year. So it was released for public comment. This represents our first national level legislation dedicated to commercial mediation. The draft provides a comprehensive framework covering institutional setup, organizational norms, procedural standards, and enforcement mechanisms, particularly through judicial confirmation of agreements. Parallel to this, local legislatures have been pioneers as well. For example, the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone regulations on the diversified resolution of conflicts and disputes, and also Heqing Guangdong Macau Deep Cooperation Zone commercial mediation regulations. They are the vanguard examples, creating a fertile ground for experimentation and laying the groundwork for traditional and also national law. Perhaps our most distinctive advantage is the institutionalized integration of different dispute resolution mechanisms. I will show you one by one here. The first one, litigation mediation linkage. This creates a green channel between courts and mediation bodies. At the point of filing a lawsuit, the judges, they would actively guide willing parties to mediation. A successfully mediated agreement can be converted into a legally enforceable court decision. This elegantly solves the historical problem of enforceability. And for example, in Hunan province, in the south of China, a complex financial dispute involving 345 million RMB was resolved in just 7 days through a CCPIT plus court linkage. This saved immense time and cost for parties and allowed the debtor a viable path to business recovery. And the arbitration mediation combination mechanism. This hybrid model offers a powerful tool. A compelling case involved an 800 million RMB patent dispute between a global semiconductor firm and a Shanghai company. Instead of protracted international arbitration, they opted for a mediation plus arbitration convergence. This model in Shanghai, so a mediator with bi-jurisdictional expertise, aided by a neutral technical assessment, helped the parties craft a creative step payment plan. This settlement was then instantly converted into a binding arbitral award, securing its cross-border enforceability. This Shanghai model was noted internationally as providing a new idea for global high-tech disputes. Then the one-step platform orchestrated by our Supreme People's Court. The digital platform is a game changer. It integrates the service of mediation institutions, arbitration commissions, and courts into a single online portal. Parties can navigate between mechanisms with unprecedented ease, drastically reducing the procedural friction and also cost of cross-border dispute resolution. So that's for Pillar 1. And Pillar 2, organizational support and talent cultivation. Laws alone are not enough. They require professional organizations and also, most critically, highly skilled mediators to bring them to life. The structural shortage of elite commercial mediators is a key challenge we are addressing through a multi-pronged strategy. I'm not quite sure, so in other countries, do you also have the similar problems or not? But in China, we are lack of those elite mediators so far. So then law schools across China now systematically integrating ADR and commercial mediation into our curriculum, building a foundation of knowledge for the next generation. And the second, that the leading institutions like the CCPIT Mediation Center have established rigorous training and certification programs, a standard now being embedded in our legislation. We're also actively recruiting a diverse pool of experts. Maybe when some of you are the pool in the pool of experts in China. For example, those retired judges, seasoned lawyers, corporate counsel, accountants, and also industry specialists. These people, they are collected to enrich or recruited to enrich our mediator panels with real-world commercial understanding. And also through international exchanges, partnerships, and training programs, we are ensuring our mediators that are equipped with a global outlook and a familiarity with international best practices. And the third pillar is technological empowerment and global integration. The digital leap, online dispute resolution, that is also shortly called ODR. China is not just adapting to the digital age, it's seeking to lead within it, particularly in ODR. The Supreme People's Court online mediation platform is a monumental achievement. It digitally connects thousands of courts and tens of thousands of mediators nationwide. From application to video mediation, digital signing, and also judicial confirmation, the entire process can be completed online, making justice dramatically more accessible. The Belt and Road International Commercial Mediation Center's online system is engineered for a globalized world. It offers multi-language, cross-time zone mediation services, effectively dissolving geographical barriers and providing a practical, efficient legal infrastructure for the initiative. And innovations like the China Hangzhou Intellectual Property and the International Commercial Mediation Cloud Platform demonstrate the future. By aggregating international mediators and institutions online, it resolves complex cross-border disputes with remarkable speed. As seen in a case where a 3-year-old international payment dispute was settled in only 2 months. China's modernization is fundamentally open. Signing the Singapore Convention was a clear signal of our commitment to global integration. The legislative drafts are consciously aligned with international standards. The free trade zones serve as living laboratories for high-standard, market-oriented mediation rules. The result is a growing trust in China's ecosystem, using the Eastern experience to resolve international disputes, while protecting all parties equally is becoming a recognized brand. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, let me just reflect on 3 key insights. First, the Eastern experience is not a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, living system, constantly being renewed through its fusion with modern legal principles and digital technology. Second, its modernization is a holistic endeavor. Institution, talent, and technology are 3 legs of a stool. Remove one and the structure falters. Only together do they create a system that is efficient, transparent, and globally respected. The last one, for any business operating across borders, understanding and utilizing modern commercial mediation is no longer just an option. I think it is a strategic tool to reduce cost, build trust, and also achieve sustainable win-win outcome. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today there is some consensus which we have noticed. All the speakers in this session, they chose one common language. That was a English language which has been followed by all my earlier speakers, and I believe the subsequent speakers will also share their wisdom in this language. So this is one of the such occasion when different jurisdictions have come to a conclusion that let us have some common practice which will take all of us together to the better world, better system, better management of the disputes. Well, in 2019 when I visited this city, that was the BRICS Legal Forum only. But in 2025, this is an occasion when we are having BRICS plus Legal Forum. So welcome to the new countries who have joined this our joint venture. And of course, the congratulations to the Bruno Barata and his entire team from Brazil for such a fantastic organization. Now the topic which was given by organizers was about Global South
legal cooperation and foreign investment. And of course, we are here to find out some answers to the questions. We are here to share best practices. We are here to know better options which are available. And now therefore the question which is coming before us is, what is that object behind the cooperation? This is not a cooperation between two business entities. This is a cooperation in the field of a law. And therefore, something which is based on our previous experiences, we can note down certain objects. Of course, this list is not complete in itself. There may be addition to this list. And of course, we need transparency in the resolution of our legal disputes. Because what we have noticed in past, what we have suffered in past, is on account of not having a transparency in the system. We want equal treatment because in past, in the dispute resolution system, we have suffered, all these participant countries have suffered because we were not given equal status in the dispute resolution system. We want protection of our human rights, which was not considered while settling those disputes. And ultimately, we want a win-win situation for all of us. And the answer is very simple, because the global south was ruled by global north. And therefore, the legal system, in respect of which we are here to discuss, debate and deliberate, was controlled by those principles which were followed by global north. And therefore now, the question comes, which can be the best legal framework for foreign investment? Now, the earlier speakers have shared with us certain mechanisms which have been introduced in Russia, which have been introduced in China, with reference to these kind of legal framework with reference to the foreign investment. Now, there can be a legislative framework. Of course, the local jurisdiction will be the local government, which will enact the laws which will be relating to the legal framework for this foreign investment. There may be bilateral agreements between two different jurisdictions. There may be a regional cooperation agreement. And the most important is, in the earlier session, inaugural session, there were 2 or 3 speakers who made a reference about the different declarations which will be passed in this BRICS legal forum. These are the ways how we can adopt, how we can derive a better legal framework for foreign investment. Being an Indian speaker, let me give some information with reference to the Indian legal framework for foreign investment. Of course, I am not going to share you those figures as to what is the actual percentage, etc., because we are student of law. And therefore, I will share you some legislations which were made in the recent past by the Indian government. And the recent past, therefore, I will start a list. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 was enacted in India, which is with reference to the recovery aspect. The Companies Act 2013, which had changed the age-old 1956 Act, is one more initiative. You will find Security Exchange Bureau of India Foreign Direct Investment Regulations, those were also framed. Let us go back around 26 years back. There was a Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, which is now replaced by Foreign Exchange Management Act. And let us go back to the Reserve Bank of India Act, which was enacted in 1934, several years back during the British regime, which is still there, but it is also equally important with reference to the legal framework of foreign investment in the Indian context. As I said that, let me share some more information with reference to the Indian scenario, and you will find that the position of the foreign investment in India is having 2 different routes. One is where the government approval is required, that will be a prior approval. And the second, which is more popular, is where government's prior approval is not required. Of course, we are student of law, so therefore now the another distinction which can be made with reference to the foreign investment in India is a sector specific investment. There are some sectors where the investment is permitted up to 25%, which was initially nil. Later on it has been increased up to 49, in some sectors 74, and some sectors have been opened up to 100%. Of course, in each jurisdiction there are some precautionary steps which have been taken, and therefore India is not an exception, because we have also prepared a list of certain such fields where there are prohibitions so far as the foreign investment is concerned. But I must tell you, so far as the list of the countries are concerned, you will be surprised, most of the countries who are having a direct foreign investment in India are the countries which are from the global north. Singapore, even though it is coming in the Asian jurisdiction, it is having 24%. Mauritius is having 24%. United States of America 10%. Netherlands 7%. Japan 6%. So in a conclusion, we can find that there is a scope for global south cooperation and global south foreign investment in India. Let us come back to the next information with reference to Indian context. You will find that there is a foreign investment from India into Brazil. There is an investment into African countries also, which we have noticed. And now apart from this, so far as Indian fields are concerned, India is thinking to open the nuclear power sector for foreign investment and also the space technology sector. Having said about this, now the question comes, how can we do a strategic partnership about the foreign investment? Of course, we have learned by doing several experiments, and all the speakers, they have shared their different experiments. Indo-Russian is one of the example where the strategic partnership has been noticed in last several years. Indo-Brazilian is another concept, another model which we have noticed in last few years. And now therefore the question which we will have to find the answer is this, that can we prepare a model legal framework for the global south? The question is how we can protect the investors, because from the Indian perspective, till recent past, there were investors who were coming from global north, but now from the global south also people are coming, the entrepreneurs are coming here, and equally our Indian citizens are also investing. So therefore question is how to protect those investors, and the question comes in the mind is about the neutrality with reference to the dispute resolution mechanism. There will be a question about the seat which will be selected for dispute resolution. The question is about enforcement of those awards which will be made. Of course, with reference to the dispute resolution, I am not going to say more thing, because our President, Mr. Prashant Kumar, is going to share some new idea, new thoughts in the next session about the dispute resolution with reference to the global south. But with respect to the thoughts which were shared by the earlier speakers, we are aware that even today our disputes are going to Paris, our disputes are going to Switzerland, our disputes are going to such places which are not called as global south. And therefore now the time has come when we will have to find answers to these questions. We will have to write our own history. Let us come together. Let us stop our exploitation. Let us try to create a win-win situation. Thanks to those translators who have translated my thoughts into your regional languages, and thank you to the organizers. Thank you.
So as not to start the miss, so I have to assure that I'm okay. So it's fine. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this magnificent session. I will not be a shareholder in the guilt of making you sleep while attending this session. That's why I'm just gonna start my presentation on two sides because my presentation is very short. But I would like to assert on some critical and crucial questions. Let me start first by saying that how do you know that you are gonna marry or gonna get engaged with somebody? How do you know that you are gonna feel in love or fall in love with someone? The answer is very simple when you feel comfortable while talking. What I would say, and what I said actually while we were in St. Petersburg last year, is that we are still here in BRICS, we are still dating. We haven't felt in love yet. We haven't got engaged yet. We haven't married yet. Why? Because this bloc of BRICS has proved that it is facing tremendous challenges nowadays. When we see the Russian situation and the Iranian situation, the Indian situation as well, the Brazilian situation as well, regarding to the tariffs and the Chinese situation as well. And it seems that the club is open even for our European fellows in the tariffs club. So what did or what does BRICS do for us? So I would like to just to mention some critical questions and which does not have an answer yet, because we don't have this answer yet. Even when I follow the BRICS summit, I don't see this answer from the political leaders. What is BRICS? What is BRICS? Are we speaking about a military alliance? Are we speaking about an economic alliance? Are we speaking about, what are we speaking about? Right now we are speaking about harmonization, we are speaking about, yes, we feel comfortable while talking with each other. We feel the need to associate with each other. We feel the need to unite. But on what basis should we do this? How will you help me if I started the starvation or if I started the revolution, how would you help me? Because it seems that we are not helping each other very much while we have this kind of arena. Anyways, my second question is about how many Egyptian students are studying law in China? How many Egyptian scholars are doing researches and academic work in India? How many lawyers can be practicing law in Brazil? And the same questions about Egypt. I'm not just saying we are offering the people here an open club while they are not offering us. But I'm just raising these questions because they are very, very critical questions. Because the elites, the legal elites in our countries are westernized. They have studied in the UK, they have studied in the US, they have studied even in our countries, they have studied designated Western legal systems. So how would you transfer this understanding? How would you transfer the elites of our societies to become BRICS-biased elites? This is a very, very big challenge. Now let me start by my presentation. I hope that we all become awake again. So I hope that I have made the revival. Egypt is likewise most of the BRICS countries. Egypt is hesitant. Egypt started since the 50s. It has been a social communist state. So when we started as a social communist state, we nationalized a lot of private projects, a lot of private corporates, starting from the Suez Canal that happened in 1956 to nationalizing any foreign investment project in Egypt. That happened, the revolution happened in 1961 when we nationalized every foreign investment or every foreign corporate in Egypt. At this time, most of the investors actually escaped from Egypt. And up till now, most of the investors, they still have the trauma from Egypt, because they are afraid that if they come back to Egypt, that they might have someone like Nasser who nationalizes everything by one decision. So I'm just coming by history. In 1974, when we started the economic openness policy, which means that the government started to say that we are welcoming investors back again. But they didn't manage to tell them, how will you come back again? Are you going to privatize the things? Are you going to give back the nationalized projects or not? The government didn't make that, but they opened the economy for foreign investors. So foreign investors, they were hesitant to come to Egypt. Then the state started to make some kind of settlement, and right now we are welcoming all the investors to come back. At this point, I would say that, why do we need foreign investors? Why are we speaking a lot about foreign investment? Is it only because of the currency, foreign currency, or it is about technology transfer? Because usually, even in developed countries, they do not transfer the technology very easy. They start to make it is the last process that's made in developed countries. They do not transfer the complicated technologies to our countries. That's why even when you work a lot to attract the foreign investors to come to your country, they come only to take the workforce, they come only to take the motivations, they come only to take the waivers, but they don't give a lot. So you are making a satisfaction to someone who does not give. It's some kind of anarchist relationship between the state and the foreign investor. Anyways, so we started the openness policy by having this kind of equal treatment, protection of investments, and protection against seizing also, and the other things. So let me just go inside. We have made some kind of legislative amendments to our constitution because, as I said earlier, that our constitution that was in 1961, it used to say that the state is a social communist state. It used to say that, frankly. It used to say that explicitly. But when the country opened its market for the foreign investors, we haven't made this kind of amendment to the constitution. But at that time, the Constitutional Court had to interfere and to explain and to interpret the article of social communism that it does not ban the state from opening the economy, and it does not ban the state from giving the opportunity for foreign investments. Anyways, the law of the law number 27 for the year 1994 on arbitration. Arbitration, it has been a big challenge in my country because at this time, in a country that believes in the public sector very much, that believes in the state rule, having the arbitration, this means that you are getting rid of the courts. We still have this kind of dispute, we still have this kind of argument, whether arbitration is an alternative for the courts or not, whether it affects the sovereignty of the courts or not. Up till now, even, we are still having this kind of discussion in the Constitutional Court, in the Court of Cassation as well. We are not settled with this kind of argument. We have also the law of 32nd for the year 2014. This law actually, it's about the challenge of public contracts. Because in Egypt, we are starting to privatize most of the public sector. So we have started this privatization in the 19s. When we started this process, a lot of people came to the judiciary to challenge the privatization. So it was open for any person, any Egyptian person, to come in front of the court and say that I see that the court could annul this contract. So the privatization process actually had failed at this time. So the country is starting right now a privatization again, so they issued this law. When they issued this law, they banned anybody from interfering in front of the court. So you cannot interfere, or you cannot challenge the privatization, or you cannot even challenge any public contract if you are not party to it. You cannot challenge it. So only the state and the investor. You cannot interfere in that, whatever the contract is, whatever the contract is about. Okay. Also, we have some kind of judicial instruments that helps for the protection of investors. I hope that I'm not speaking the opposite way, because some people might understand that I'm speaking that we do not protect investors. I'm saying that we are investors biased right now. When you speak that you cannot challenge a public contract, you cannot say that this contract is balanced or not. This means that the state is working as a servant for the investor, not for the people. Anyways, for the judicial instruments, we have some people, or some lawyers actually, and this is one of the rules of lawyers, who challenged the law of 2014. So they challenged it in front of the Constitutional Court. They thought that the Constitutional Court would help and would say that it is unconstitutional law because everyone has the right to challenge any kind of public contracts. But the Constitutional Court said, no, you cannot challenge any kind of public contract. You cannot challenge it, and the law is constitutional. That's why investors, when they come to Egypt after 2014, they feel safe, because when they have their contract with the state, this means that nobody can interfere. If you are okay with the state, your contract, your project is okay. You cannot fear from anybody. You cannot fear from a lawyer. You cannot fear from an Egyptian person who could challenge this contract, whatever, and how much corruption does it have. You are safe. You and the state only. Okay? I would also tell a very short story about privatization decisions. As I said earlier, when the state started the privatization process in 1990, a lot of people came to the judiciary at that time, especially the administrative court, where I used to work. So those people said that privatization process is against the Constitution. At the time, we have many of the elites in the courts who were communists. Actually, they have been in the Communist Party of Nasser at that time. So they worked on that. They worked on annulling the privatization contracts at that time. So that comes to my point. Why do we need a new elite? Because if you saved the elite of the past, and you think that you are going to start a BRICS policy, you will not succeed, because you have the elites in the courts, in the Constitutional Court, you have the elites in the administrative courts, you have the elites in the parliament, you have the elites in the government who are not yet BRICS biased. So if you are not building your own elites, you will not succeed on that. Some of the administrative instruments that has been taken to protect investors in Egypt, the first one is the golden license. This means that you go and sit by the minister or the prime minister, you tell him that I'm going to start a project on that field. So the minister gives you a golden license, which means that you are not passing by any office in the country. You have the golden license, so you can build everything, you can make everything without the need to take any licenses from any other offices. This is very, very good, because it frees the investors from bureaucracy. But again, it raises the question of accountability. It raises the question of governance again. You see, when you open the market like that, when you go and sit by the prime minister or the minister and get him convinced of your project to start a real estate project on the moon, and he got convinced, so he will give you the golden license. So nobody will ask about that, because it's a public contract. You cannot challenge it. We have also units that were created inside the Prime Minister's headquarters and in other headquarters inside the state to help the investors. So investors, usually, I'm speaking about foreign investors, usually they don't pass by the local courts, okay? The political instruments, and here is a question for me too, about what was the role of the BRICS countries and the BRICS summit in the Gaza war? I'm not here speaking about one party or another. I'm speaking about the whole thing. Because the Americans were the one who were solving and dissolving. They were the one who were giving the decision. Nobody spoke about it. For the BRICS, also about the Russian-Ukrainian war, nobody spoke about it, even from the BRICS. But anyways, we there in Egypt, we depend on our political instruments as a country that's in the middle of the old world to help investors to come. Combating terrorism also was one of our policies to protect investors and help them to come. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I was not in the topic. I was just going forth and back because I have a lot of questions about BRICS, but time is not enough for that. Thank you again.
Everybody, hello, good afternoon. Distinguished ministers, honorable president, judges, professors, and esteemed lawyers, and the BRICS member states and partners. You're welcome. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I am honored to address this distinguished forum dedicated to justice, sovereignty, and institutional independence at the time when certain extraterritorial sanctions are undermining the fundamental principle of United Nations Charter and foundation of multilateralism. Under the Charter, only the Security Council is empowered to adopt binding measures other than the use of force. Unilateral restriction beyond the framework have no legal validity. Legal and policy principle of Islamic Republic of Iran. Our strategic position is a non-recognition of legitimacy of unilateral and extraterritorial sanctions, which are inconsistent with the principle of sovereign equality and therefore devoid of binding international effect. These positions align with the collective stance of BRICS. The BRICS leaders' declaration Kazan 2024 explicitly expresses a serious concern over unilateral coercion measure and support the use of local coercion, the efficient payment mechanism. In the framework of international law, state may resort to preparation, countermeasures, and exceptional cases to the state of necessity as reflected the article of state responsibility for internationally wrongful act. Legal and judicial measures at the international level. Iran proposes the certain of BRICS Specialized Committee on International Law and Sanctions. Mandated to prepare coordinated legal mandate and the submissions to the UN General Assembly and the Human Rights Council. Establishment of standardized dispute resolution frameworks based on ancestral arbitration rule. Or future BRICS arbitration center ensuring transparency and neutrality would reduce dependence on Western centric system. BRICS members should support the cases before national or international courts to consolidate jurisprudence challenging the extraordinary application of sanctions, domestic legal and institutional reform in Iran, drafting of law on the protection of mutual investment with BRICS members, including a compensation fund for losses caused by secondary sanctions. Preparation of blocking statute modeled in part of the European Union regulation number 2271 prohibiting compliance by Iranian entities with unlawful foreign extraterritorial measure. Mandatory inclusion of sanctions, hardship, force majeure and neutral arbitration clauses in international contract of state-owned and private companies. Financial and institutional mechanism within BRICS, active use of New Development Bank NDB, and the mandate to fund infrastructure and resilience projects. Alongside a BRICS multi-currency clearing network to diminished dollar development and the sanction exposure, advancement of cross-border payment interoperability, the corresponding banking among BRICS members, and the idea of broadly endorses under the BRICS payment initiative. Governing law. The contract shall be governed by the law of neutral jurisdiction agreed by the parties consistent with international law and BRICS standards. Dispute resolution. All disputes shall be settled by arbitration under the ancestral rules or before the BRICS Arbitration Center with a neutral seat and mutually agreed language. Sanctions hardship clause. The unilateral sanction render performance impossible or exclusively injurious, the parties shall first engage in negotiation and mediation. Failing agreement, the matter shall be referred to arbitration. Settlement clauses. Payments shall be made in local currencies or through the BRICS clearing network NDB channels unless otherwise mutually agreed. Conclusion, they must serve an instrument to justice, not a weapon of pressure. Excuse me, extraterritorial sanction, there than the very fabric and multilateralism, yet BRICS can become the nucleus of new order in which law, economy, and ethics work together to balance development and shared prosperity. The Islamic Republic of Iran stands ready to play an active and constructive role in building and strengthening BRICS legal and arbitration and financial institution, turning the challenge of sanction into the bridge toward legal sovereignty and global justice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos as importantes.
We would like to thank the important participation of our panel participants. We would like to request a round of applause to all of our participants. We would also like to inform you that at this moment in time, we will have a 15-minute break for refreshments. The coffee break will be in the hall of this auditorium, and we will return to panel number 2 about the resolution of disputes and corporate practices.
A coffee break in 50 minutes, okay? Thank you.
our, political agenda is a bit different.
Yeah.
So we have to say.
Yeah, this is to talk. That's it. Oh, thank you very much.
This is a genius idea to use this.
Yes.
I will just check.
So nice.
Shall I start or?
So we send you the application.
Выключите вот этот вот.
So we can. All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
Senhoras e
use Italian a little bit to welcome you to the second part of the panel. So if you would like to take your seat, and we are very happy to begin this second part of the afternoon. Let me say I'm very honored to be here, to be the visitor of the BRICS Plus Forum. We talk a lot about building bridge. That is very important. Okay, you need someone on the other side to build the bridge. I am that one. I am the European guys, the Italian one, who strongly believe in the connection and in the dialogue as we are trying to do this. So I'm very happy to be here, also with the honor to moderate the panel, thanks to my good friends Bruno and to all my friends that are meeting here from Russia, from India, from China, and from Brazil, obviously. So we have 10 minutes for each contribution. And then so Alexander Grebelski, if you would like to take the floor, and thanks to everybody. So we can start with a big clap in a more Italian way, so give a little bit of energy. Thank you.
So thank you, Massimo. Dear friends, if I may, it's my great privilege to speak to you today on behalf of both Moscow State Institute of International Relations and Arbitration Center of the RSPP. As one of the previous panelists said, we are still dating here. And in Russia, we have a special word, smatriny, which means the show of brides. So today, I would like to show you the attractiveness of Moscow as a seat of arbitration in my short speech. So let me start. Arbitration in Russia offers a sophisticated, internationally aligned alternative to the courts. One might say it's become rather more than just a plan B. Recent economic, geopolitical, and legal shifts have driven major reforms, new legislation, new Supreme Court guidance, making Russia a key Eurasian hub for commercial dispute resolution, proving that even in difficult times, in choppy waters, arbitration remains a steady ship. Moving on, I shall first discuss Russia's legal framework, then institutional developments, recent reform proposals, and finally the latest crucial court rulings. So, Russia's adherence to the New York Convention, which we are the part from the 60s, and ancestral model law principles demonstrates its international orientation. We are playing by the same rule book, if you will. Moscow's attractiveness as a seat for international arbitration is driven by several key factors. First, reasonable arbitration costs and flexible fees, proving that quality needn't always come with a London price tag. Second, wide use of multilingual arbitrators connected through global networks like BRICS Plus, for example, because disputes, unlike fine wines, don't improve when lost in translation. Technological modernization, facilitating remote participation and digital filing, and finally, judicial support for arbitration, particularly for Russian-seated proceedings. The courts are mercifully on the same page with us. So, several words about legislative foundation. It should be noted that the 2015 reform was a landmark. One might say a watershed moment in Russia's arbitration history, unifying regulation on domestic and international arbitration, the federal law on arbitration in the Russian Federation, and amendments to the law on international commercial arbitration established a robust legal framework and clear procedures for arbitral institutions. Rome wasn't built in a day, as we know, but this framework came together rather impressively. Additionally, Russian law allows for arbitration of a broad range of disputes, including, for example, corporate disputes. This legislative openness positions Russia as a flexible and attractive venue, rather fitting the bill for parties seeking practical alternatives. Moreover, pursuant to the provisions of law, the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation provides systematic guidance to law courts on arbitration matters. The key principles are consolidated in two very important documents. First is the review of judicial practice, and the second one is so-called Plenum Resolution number 53 of 2019, both on the performance by state courts of functions of assistance and control over arbitration and international commercial arbitration. So the provisions of these documents favor the validity of arbitration agreements in accordance with the famous principle in favorem validitatis, address narrow application of a public policy exception, and uphold party autonomy, thereby reflecting a decidedly pro-arbitration judicial policy. The courts are quite on site, as they say. So the leading arbitration institutions in Russia include the International Commercial Arbitration Court at the Russian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Russian Arbitration Center at the Russian Institute of Modern Arbitration, and, saving the best for the last, the Arbitration Center at the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, which I proudly represent. This institution holds the status, the special status of permanent arbitral institutions, which grants them the right to administer disputes. This right was granted by the government, the federal government. They offer expedited procedure. For example, the term for the procedure in our institution is 180 days, which is usually the term of expedited procedure in foreign Western arbitral institutions. Also digital filing. For example, our arbitration center has its own digital platform, our cloud, and of course remote hearings, making procedures as efficient as possible. One might say we are rather keeping up with the times. Some additional words about our arbitration center. This center is a clear example of Russia's institutional progress. It was the first arbitral institution granted the special right to administer arbitration in 2017, and since becoming a permanent arbitral institution, the center has rapidly become a preferred forum for domestic and cross-border disputes. The center's recent figures underscore its active caseload. In 2024, the center handled 528 claims, a record number, worth over more than 100 billion rubles, which is approximately 1.3 billion US dollars. Not to put too fine a point on it, these are considerable figures indeed, with international commercial disputes accounting for a growing share. A distinguishing feature of our center is that we have several specialized panels, one of which is the international panel. The panel comprises over 130 arbitrators from Russia and 25 major jurisdictions, including eminent lawyers, retired judges, leading academics, and business figures active in the Europe, Asia, Pacific region, and globally. Awards rendered by the Arbitration Center have been recognized and enforced in, for example, the UK, China, the United Arab Emirates, and several EU member states. Proof, if proof were needed, that these awards carry weight well beyond Russian Federation. In addition to what has been said about the legal landscape, Russian law allows parties to seek interim relief from either arbitral tribunals or state courts, whilst tribunals can order provisional measures. These orders aren't enforceable through Russian state mechanism, unfortunately. And we may say they lack teeth, so to speak, yeah? Therefore, parties seeking effective interim protection typically approach state courts, a bit of a roundabout route, admittedly. And recognizing the need to enhance the effectiveness and attractiveness of Russian arbitration, the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Federation in 2024 proposed a legislative reform. Inter alia, it aims at empowering arbitral tribunals to issue enforceable interim measures, making such orders subject to direct state court enforcement. If adopted, these reforms would further bring the Russian model into harmony with global expectations for interim reliefs and closing the gap, as it were, and making the system altogether more fit for the purpose. In 2024 and 2025, the Supreme Court issued several rulings that shifted its approach a bit to enforcing foreign arbitral awards, not a sort of a plot twist. In particular, the ruling of the Supreme Court of July 2024 introduced a rebuttable presumption of partiality for arbitrators, Massimo, please excuse me, for arbitrators from jurisdiction designated as unfriendly, so-called unfriendly jurisdiction, usually Western countries. This raised the evidentiary burden for parties seeking to enforce awards rendered by such tribunals in Russia. And the second ruling further restricted the enforceability of foreign arbitration agreements in favor of Western arbitral institutions, but only for Russian domiciled parties. So based on the so-called Lugovoy law, which is special articles of commercial procedural code of the Russian Federation. These rulings depart a bit from the earlier pro-arbitration approach and reflect the tension between Russia's adherence to international arbitration principles and our response to the geopolitical situation, navigating between Scylla and Charybdis, if you will. So, but as they say, the necessity is the mother of invention, and Russian arbitration has proven remarkably inventive indeed. Despite recent cautionary rulings, ongoing modernization, diversification, the global integration have strengthened Russian arbitration's reputation, addressing current challenges and laying a solid foundation for the future across Eurasia and beyond. An increasing number of parties from different countries are choosing Russian arbitration institutions and receiving high-quality proceedings, resulting in awards enforceable around the globe. The future, whilst not without its challenges, looks distinctly promising. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Alexander, and sorry I missed your complete presentation because Alexander is Managing Partner at Krabesky & Partner, Associate Professor at Department of International Private and Civil Law at McGill University in Moscow and Chairman of Panel for International Dispute Arbitration Center of RSPP, as we just listened. So the floor now is to Eugenia Chervets. She's Managing Partner of Chervets and Partners. She's an attorney and she's founder of a very interesting initiative that is Soft Law Community. Thanks, Eugenia.
Thank you, Massimo. Good evening, dear colleagues.
Queridos colegas, eu gostaria de começar em inglês para dizer alô e para agradecer
Organizers who present us a legal forum with the most magnificent view I have ever seen, and special thanks to Russian delegation who gives me the opportunity to share my experience and my view here in the most international communication platform, BRICS Plus Legal Forum. I will speak about Russian law, about new instrument, legal instrument of civil law, which we invented inside our jurisdiction to manage private assets. Why I decided to speak today about this Russian tool, legal tool, here in Brazil? Because, as Massimo said, we have many mutual points, and we need to see where we can make a bridge. And this legal institution is this point, as I see it. So now I switch into Russian, and I hope that I will be interpreted, and I go on with my presentation, and I will put time to be right in time. Thank you. Итак, для начала я хотела бы.
So I'd like to talk about what we've been doing in our jurisdiction. So Brazil is based on Roman and Germanic law, and that makes Brazilian law similar to Russian law. Of course, it's a Latin American country, it has its specificities. But the Brazilian Civil Code has been working since 1922, and it was based on this Roman system, Roman law. So we based a lot of our laws on German law in Russia. And it's composed of two general parts. And the code of 2022 changed at the beginning of 2025 because of the initiative of some senators. A reform of civil law was initiated in Russia. We went through something similar a few years ago. And the adjustment of this new system still happens, but the results of this change in civil code can already be shared, and this can be something interesting for Brazilian legislators. So having said that, so the economy always comes first, and law comes second. Please, I'm not trying to show a lack of consideration for the rule of law or lawyers, but lawyers follow entrepreneurs, and they try to find a way to formalize agreements done between businessmen. So with the development of economies and with the accumulation of capital, after some time, after the founders of capitalism, there was an enormous demand for certain legal instruments so as to administer third-party assets. So property can be separated from administration. An efficient civil code should offer economic actors the legal instruments, the adequate legal instruments for the organization of administration and also for the management of inheritances and goods that can be used by future generations. This is an important topic because it's related to not just the interest of specific individuals, but because it's also relevant for the economy, and for states and governments, because again, this is related to the efficiency of use of property, and it's also related to stability. Stability is a basic concept in all countries for economic development. It can change economic growth. So here we're talking about the concept of the separation of assets or the shielding of assets. Professor Mauricio Dupuy from the University of Turin is an intellectual that has worked the most on this topic and has been trying to adapt it to the functionality of a trust, which is usually linked or associated to the Anglo-American system, which is not really associated with the Brazilian or the Russian system. But essentially, these tools can be elaborated in the realm of our national systems if we can understand their main functionalities and ways of working. So if we understand how a trust works and what it's for, then we can find similar instruments in our national systems. The concept of shielding assets, that is, let's imagine somebody who accumulated assets but who continues to have to be involved in economic activities and invest in businesses, including new ventures. A lot of times, some of the most important investments are risky investments. And so to try and get investors to invest in these kinds of ventures, the government needs to provide some defense mechanism for these kinds of investments so that they can limit their risks. Investors need to know that they can fixate the amount of risks. Nobody wants to invest in a project whose risks are infinite. So simply put, an owner of assets can shield part of their assets and can provide them with some level of protection. And perhaps some of the other assets belonging to that person can be used for the participation in economic activities, or perhaps property owner can shield certain assets that they want to be put at risk. So in the United States, for example, somebody can participate in a trust so that a specific property may always be the property of that person's family. And then another part of the assets, depending on the legislation, will be shielded. So there's this legal shielding of assets which is created. So we can provide this shielding through several mechanisms. We have 4 groups. First of all, we have business entities, that is corporations, that saw a boom in development in the United States when they began building railroads, because those were the first infrastructure projects which were very large. So when there wasn't a single person that was able to finance this kind of project, you had to put together the assets of many different people. And so all of these people needed to limit their risks. They needed to shield the amounts invested in shares, in participation. So that's how the corporations came up. So legal entities are a basic way to limit risks. Now, one of the negative aspects of legal entities, some of these aspects of legal entities can be understood because governments don't want people to abuse of these kinds of mechanisms. There are judicial precedents, especially in Brazil, related to this. We're not countries that work with precedents, but there are different ways of evaluating corporate responsibility, and this makes it so that these legal entities aren't always safe. Sometimes legal entities are subject to different kinds of problems. Then we also have contractual constructions, which are used in continental law and in Brazilian law, and there are different ways of regulating this kind of shielding. In Russia, this also serves as a kind of trust, a contractual trust. But again, because it's a contractual mechanism, it's not necessarily immune to liquidation of the company. So we have to make sure that we can do something that's not susceptible to this. And the solution would be a trust. So a trust is one way of structuring assets. But trusts are only efficient in countries that already work with the shielding of assets. So in our countries, properties are unique. They cannot be divided. And this creates problems with issues related to conflicts in trusts. So for example, when there are conflicts with administrative norms, and these problems end up creating some level of uncertainty for property owners and for businesses. For businessmen, sometimes it's better for things to just end quickly instead of having an infinite process of uncertainties. And then the final model for shielding asset is a combination of the above models. According to our Italian colleagues, this is the only way of using trusts in Roman countries, that is, through the establishment of legal entities. It's a way of breaching the relation of law between the economic owner and the subject. To whom property is attributed. So there's no other way of breaching with property without going through a business entity, a legal entity. And that's why in Russia we came up with another instrument. In 2015, things in Russia take a long time. Here I'm referring to legislative processes, especially when things are done correctly, when they follow the due process. So after 2015, and here you can see the chronology on my slide, after 2015 there was an integration, a gradual integration of the Russian Civil Code of private foundations, private funds. So this serves as a kind of trust. It's a kind of Russian trust. So this was used only for inheritances initially, but then after 2022, property owners can found a personal fund, a private foundation that has no shareholders or members. There is not a corporate aspect to it. And this foundation ends up living autonomously, but it follows the tracks that were set by the founder. So this represents the conserved will of the founder of the foundation. that is the person who establishes the objectives of this foundation. And the statute never changes. So the objective may be working with inheritances, philanthropic activities, basically the same objectives as some other issues. I prepared the book, which I'm going to give to Bruno Barata today. This is a book dedicated to this new instrument. It's the only book written in Russia about this topic, and it's currently being translated into English. And I'll have the pleasure to share this version with you. And we can have a conversation about this during our coffee breaks or in our future communications. I think this can actually be very interesting for your jurisdictions to optimize your own national legislations. So I'm sure you've already seen some of these brochures. This here is about soft law. This is a periodical. And it's for lawyers. It's about lawyers. The interpreters are not receiving the Russian translation.
In Dubai, se você
welcome in RITS DFC to share the happiness of finishing this big project, Almanach. Thank you very much. Thank you, Massimo.
Thank you, Ginia, and congrats for this great initiative that, you know, if you have to talk about law, why don't do it in a very stylish way, you know? So as an Italian, I obviously appreciate this approach. So the word and the panel goes to my big friend Prashant Kumar, for the president of the Bar Association of India, so we really welcome him.
Thank you. Usually, I'm not accustomed to speaking from the slides. And it's a long day. Many of you may be intending to go to sleep during presentations, and that's why a bravo to you. Friends, it has been my experience that we learn as much as from the formal presentations as informal whispers around those presentations when we discuss and refine those ideas. So before going to my presentation, I'll just share some of the thoughts which we discussed here. One, our good friend Mohammed from Egypt had so many unanswered questions about BRICS, and rightfully so, and also because he's here in Rio. That's why he started talking about relationship, getting married, got inspired sort of by the beauty of Rio and what it has to offer. But the legal forum is about harmonization. Rio is about hormones. So he mixed up both. One thing I said that if nothing else, BRICS is a gathering which, if stands firm, will resist the bullies. So if you have a group of bullies on the other side, you just standing together is enough to desist the bully. Today, we are in era of bullying. And that's why BRICS is very important. And not just that, I also want to say that we are BRICS Legal Forum to ensure that BRICS is not an unlawful assembly. We are a lawful one. We follow the rule of law. And that's what makes us a strong group with shared ideas and objectives to work together for fairness and for standing up to bullying and not getting bullied. So, if nothing else, this is what is minimum about BRICS. Secondly, my good friend said that everybody in the last panel spoke in English. So, yes, till Apple has another earphone which through AI translates things in a more efficient manner when you are sharing the device. English language is a necessary evil. But there are so many characteristics of common law which are unnecessary evil, which we must get rid of. I spoke about that in my opening presentation. And that is where, my friend Massimo, he's here from Italy, and he's here because the continental law, the values, the element of socialism, which in Portugal, in Italy, and the community cohesion and the values which are the part of not a very past history, but drive even the present policy, makes Italy and Massimo a kindred soul to us. That's why he is more than welcome here. And that's why we need to expand. We need to collaborate not just within BRICS in Global South, but also where we can share, bounce off the ideas and work together in Global North. We are not here in opposition to anybody. We are just here to protect our own interest and advance it. Friends, again, I go by the approach that when you are trying to find fault with others, you must look at yourself. As you say, when you point finger at someone, 3 fingers point at you. So in terms of arbitration, I will not take the approach of saying that India has done wonderfully well in arbitration. We have struggled, we have stumbled, we have not succeeded. We have more often written the recipe of our own failure. And I think when we talk about competing with or creating alternatives to the so-called legacy institutions, we must learn from our failures. We must learn not to repeat them. And that is the essence of my presentation. So, when we have arbitration centers, and I'm limiting myself to the international commercial arbitration, not to domestic arbitration, because these may be structures very legitimate to serve dispute resolution in a domestic context. But any structures which are promoted by the governments, which are promoted by chambers of commerce, which are promoted by a small coterie or group of law firms, they don't inspire that level of confidence in their neutrality to make private parties, private foreign parties, to sign up for arbitration. If we presume that, that is a basically flawed presumption. But despite this, we see mushrooming of such arbitration centers, and each one styles as international. So we have Mumbai International Arbitration Center, run by a clutch of law firms. We have in New Delhi a statutory government-backed arbitration center run by a retired judge of Supreme Court of India. But they have not succeeded in attracting international arbitration, though their panel of arbitration is very internationalized. You have literally who's who of arbitration sitting on the governing council. You have a panel of arbitrators which, they are in Singapore, they are in London, they are everywhere, but still it doesn't happen because the institution itself must be perceived to be neutral. And when a stakeholder is running that institution, that conception of neutrality does not travel in the international context in a convincing way. If you get some international arbitration, you are lucky. Maybe the party signing up does not understand the full implications, have not even consulted their lawyers. That is where this thing may happen. Otherwise, it may not. So, then what is the solution? When we say legacy, legacy means something which has been there for a long time. But today's fractured geopolitics, trade environment, rife with sanctions, rife with deliberately applied choke points to stifle free trade and commerce. We need urgent solutions. We can't wait for 2 decades to develop a new legacy, because it is the legacy which somehow is sold to us as bringing in trust, bringing in neutrality. But when we see it in the context of how it fares in the real world, that neutrality becomes more of a facade. Because you encounter very stiff application and interpretation of rules in a manner which is divorced from the ground realities. So, you may find neutrality, but neutrality in such circumstances perpetuates unfairness and injustice. That is the problem each one of us is facing in different ways, and each one of us must strive to find an answer to. That is why we must put our minds together. We have been working together in Legal Forum for a long time. And what we thought, that what we cannot do individually, we can do collectively. Not as a crowd, but as a legally structured institution, which is governed by common principles, shared panels, with mechanisms put in place to promote capacity building in each jurisdiction. So, one of the ways of doing it is to create a network of institutions which are already there, like we have in Russia, we have in India, we have in Egypt, we have in Brazil, we have in most of the jurisdictions. We need not reinvent the wheel. But what we can do is, all these institutions can affiliate to a larger structure which is more democratically governed, with the governance coming from amalgam and assimilation of experienced, credible individuals and organizations from different jurisdictions, and together they can create a new framework of finding neutrality within ourselves. This is just expanding the concept from having a sole arbitrator to 3 arbitrators, the security in numbers. So same way, if we create a structure of a network where the bias, perception of bias is diluted because there is a larger number of decision makers, and that structure may designate the institution by choice of parties, which is the way arbitration is done, or if that is not written in the contract, by the governing body, which will have powers to designate one of the affiliated centers based on the convenience of parties, where the evidence and expert lies, where the costs will be less. So what we cannot do individually, we can do together. And we have made those formulations. We started this work in 2022-23 to start giving shape to these ideas. And now some formulations, basic ideas are in place. In no way I can claim they are perfect. They are still a work in progress. But it requires very intense involvement to finalize it, and fixation of a time frame during which to achieve it. Because sometimes, as you say, necessity is the mother of invention. Today is the time of necessity, and we must invent today, not leave it for tomorrow. Even something less than perfect will do, rather than waiting forever for a perfect formulation. Experiment is always a hit and miss. We may miss something, but we may hit something. So friends, tomorrow when we meet as the member bodies, we'll be discussing that. Our Brazilian friends will be circulating the formulation for each one of you. And we must have a crack team, not just a working group. We should have a crack team so that we have something in place which is concrete, working, and when we meet next time, it's signed up. It's signed, sealed, and delivered. Unless until we are not doing that, we are not justifying our collective efforts. So I invite each one of you who is part of the decision-making process in this legal forum to please get involved very intensely. This is something very material to the future of each one of our countries, to our professional future, to our economic future. And we have no time to lose. This is my appeal. And one of the elements which I want to be brought to table is each jurisdiction has a peculiarity. There are some legislative instruments which are limiting in nature, which cannot be part of a generalized formulation. So you have to help us identify those. You have to raise those to see how we make structures which are nimble enough to accommodate them. Because when we talk about network, the very intent is you have your individuality, but you are part of a larger personality. And that larger personality should have accommodation for individual dissimilarities. That's the way I think we can move forward and achieve this objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prashant, for your inspiration. And the panel, and The floor goes to Mr. Du Tao, is Dean and Professor of Law at the School of International Law of the East China University of Political Science and Law. Thanks a lot. Thank you much.
Boa tarde, amigos. Essa é a minha terceira vez no Rio de Janeiro. Estou muito feliz de poder ver tantos colegas novos e antigos. Essa é uma boa oportunidade para eu compartilhar as minhas opiniões sobre
Opinion about cooperation between different states about law. Today I will share some opinions about Hague and China. Why I chose this topic? Because the Hague, HCCH, the Hague Conference about Hague Conference on Private International Law, is a biggest organization for private international law, and it was founded on 1893, has more than 130 years old. So this organization is very good example for BRICS, for the cooperation between different states. So I want to share some opinions about this organization. And now I will speak Chinese because I have discussed with the translator, so it's better for her to translate it.
So now I will talk a little bit about the impact of the Hague Conference of Private International Law. I'm going to talk about the impacts of that on China. So, as I was saying, this is one of the oldest conventions in existence in relation to international law. And it can be used throughout the entire world and in a lot of the member states. This has only 38 years of history in relation to China, and that's because China joined this convention only 38 years ago. As everyone knows, in 1949, between 1949 and 1969, China went through different political situations, controversial political situations. And that's why diplomatic relations were interrupted with several countries of the West. In 1949, China pretty much did not participate in any of the international treaties that were signed in the West. The Chinese government officially joined HCCH in 1987. And up until 2025, or between 1987 and 2025, 38 years have passed. So China's interest for the Hague Conference started in the first few years after the foundation of the People's Republic of China. In 1961, and here I'm going to give you an example. In 1985, in October of 1985, in the Department of Treaties and Law of the Trade Department, There were many specialists as observers in the diplomatic conference related to the law that was applicable to purchasing and selling contracts related to goods. And in October of 1986, China officially presented its request to join the HCCH. And in November of 1986, up until March of 1987, Chinese representatives participated as representatives in the first and second meetings of the special committee that was responsible for drafting the convention related to law that was applied to successions. And this was extremely important because it allowed the first foreign investments to be invested in China. So again, this is a time of economic openness of China. So going back in time a little bit, 1982, Chinese representatives also participate as observers of the meeting of the Special Committee to revise the 1955 Convention about the governing law related to the purchasing and selling of goods. In 1986, China formally requested to be a part of the convention as a member, and in the same year, a book was published that was written by Professor Zhong Lu. And this was the first time that all of the HCCC conventions were translated brought into China. This book also had a fundamental role in the elaboration and in the international private law programs in China. The Secretary General of HCCH notified the Chinese embassy in the Netherlands in 1987 and notified that China had been accepted as a member of the convention. And 1 month afterwards, when the acceptance document was submitted, China became officially a member. And the Department of Treaties and Law of the Ministry of Foreign Relations was designated as the national body responsible for communication with the Permanent Secretariat of HCCH. 3 months after the founding of the Chinese Law Society of Private Law, to a certain extent, the Chinese adhesion helped the creation of the society and drove the legislative development and the academic development of private international law in continental China. Besides this, the general principles of civil law of the People's Republic of China were signed into law in April of 1986, and they came into effect in January of 1987. Chapter 8, which was called The Application of Law in Civil Relations with Foreigners, also represents a first legislative milestone of the private international law in the People's Republic of China. So we can therefore say that 1987 was the year of private international law in China. In 1961, the Chinese publication Digest of the Contemporary Philosophy and Social Sciences of Foreign Countries published an article that translated to Chinese a report of the American Journal of International Law about the 9th session of the Hague Conference of Private International Law. And 4 years afterwards, the same publication presented the 10th session of HCCH. So now I would like to talk specifically about 2 cases. The first case is related to a girl called Wang, who was born in the United States, And before her parents' death, she was sent to Peking and at the request of her father so that she could be taken care of by her aunt without her paternal grandparents knowing about this. So to become the legal tutors of this girl, Wang, the grandparents traveled to Peking and issued a lawsuit against Wang's aunt in a popular tribunal in Peking. So the courts recognized the guardianship of the grandparents, and there was an American court that declared that Wang's aunt was ready to adopt the child. In December of 2007, the second popular court of Peking decided that the American verdict was invalid because there was no relation of reciprocity between the United States and China. And in 2008, the United States became a party of the Convention of the Protection of Children Cooperation when it comes to international adoption. So, 7 months afterwards, the Popular Court of District of Taiwan decided to judge the case for the third time. So this is case number 1, and now I would like to talk a little bit about case number 2, which is the Alcaldes de la Patagonia case versus Racing Club. This case was accepted by a lower court responsible for commercial matters in the city of Buenos Aires. So this company, Alcaldes de la Patagonia, was requesting that the Racing Club Association pay the equivalent of $1.8 million American dollars based on the transfer of economic rights in relation to a change of the club of soccer player Giovanni Andrés Cardoso. And the Argentinian court needed to know about the payment of transfers, fines, and other values that were carried out by Shanghai Shanghai Valencia Football Club, that we can abbreviate as the Shanghai Club. They wanted to know about the transfers of the player as well as complaints presented by the club. The player had been hired previously by the Chinese club. In October of 2021, this Argentinian court requested a request of judicial help to obtain proof or evidence based on the 1970 Hague Convention for obtaining evidence abroad.
This was sent to the Ministry of Justice in China and to the Superior Tribunal in Shanghai. The primary tribunal in Pudong in Shanghai asked for assistance in 2021. Well, following, I would like to give a few suggestions about it would be including the conventions of a possible convention about the suppression of demands of legalization of public documents, international public documents, and other things that we could sign and create, other documents that we could sign and create. So what I would like to explain is that the conventions in Aya that were signed, we know that any international treaty, when it has different dispositions from national laws, would be applied to the international treaty if these national laws have made the reservations for these dispositions. And in China, in accordance to the 30th article of the Republic of China, the state celebrates the treaty according to the constitutions and the laws and follows in good faith in the treaties that already exist. in which the state has been following cannot contradict the constitution of the country. And a direct impact for us to understand differences better in the legitimate succession of inheritance, for example, the different inheritance things would have to be followed by the local laws of where it happened. For these treaties that I've mentioned before, it would be I would ask that it been included and diverse. And lastly, I would like to wish to everybody a huge success and thank you very much.
And University. So thanks, and I have to ask to the last speakers to stay in the 10 minutes.
Excuse me, may I have my PPT here?
Your the presentation?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My topic is about dispute settlement, a way of dispute settlement. It's the reality related to China and related to international investment. Okay, I'm waiting a moment. So
we are trying to, I think. If I were Berlusconi, I will say a funny story now. It's exactly the moment where Berlusconi comes out with a funny story about some.
Okay, if it is not coming, or
is there? Is coffee is coming? I don't know if. Is Anna? I don't know. Is someone of the organization? Anna is. Find the solution. One moment. Okay.
So we can live with your joke.
Okay, I will. Yeah, we can we can. Yeah, we can say. So maybe we can use this 1 minute. So I just to give you just a consideration about something that my friend Alexei Dudko already explained to us. That is important, maybe, to talk about the fact that for the first time in European sanctions, a law firm was listed 2 days ago, and we are following the case because we are lawyer at European Court. And this is something that maybe we should talk about because it's absolutely important. That is why we are here, is because some of the speakers this morning talk about the fact that the lawyer is the defensor of the architectural, of the structure that leave the civilization. Okay, so we are in a civilization system because there is a rule of law and because there are lawyers to defend this rule of law. And this is our job every day, and so I think it's not a good message, the fact that this Russian law firm was listed because they brought like some 80 cases in front of the Belgian authorities for the Euroclear matters. You know that the European sanction against the national security deposit of Russia has frozen a lot of funds, but many of these funds are related not to sanctioned entities. So normal people, not sanctioned, with their money, their assets frozen in Euroclear in Belgium, and these colleagues decided to bring like 80 cases, one after the other, so any single person when maybe they have like 50,000 euros there, and so obviously they make a big pressures, and this is the reply of the European institution. Obviously, they are accused to have used some false documents, so we will see. But anyway, there is no juridical decision of this, no criminal decision of this. So if as a lawyer I'm using a false document, we are all lawyers, I can go to, I can be persecuted for this, but sanction is something different. So I think, so now the presentation is back, that maybe this is another part of our consideration, so to defend the law, but also to defend the lawyers as an instrument of law. So please, Professor, I think we solved the problem, okay. And thank you. Bravo!
So my topic is international investment rule of law between protection and the restriction. So mostly I will focus on Chinese BITs. In order to save time, I will give the presentation in Chinese. So first, sorry. 我的汇报包括语言部分。
talvez seja melhor.
The framework of my presentation include introduction, core essentials of international investment rule of law, protection of investor rights and interest by Chinese BIT, restriction on host state regulatory powers by Chinese BIT, and then conclusion. So first, in introduction part, I want to tell BIT, that is bilateral investment treaties, embodies the spirit of international investment rule of law by protecting investors' rights and interests, and on the other hand, restricting host state regulatory power. So currently, the international investment rule of law is the most representative form of international rule of law. Since the implementation of BRI, that is Belt on the Road Initiative, Chinese overseas investment interests have continued to grow and accumulate, while also facing various risks and challenges from time to time. So these interests need to be protected through the international investment rule of law. And the role of Chinese BIT has become increasingly prominent, and so far, Chinese BIT become very important to the protection of Chinese overseas investment. However, it remains a question whether Chinese investment are fully effective in protecting Chinese investor rights and interests and restricting host states' regulatory powers. Second part, core essentials of international investment rule of law. First, the core essentials of the rule of law. We have to, when we want to talk about international investment rule of law, we have to know the conception of the rule of law. So the meaning of the rule of law may vary across different legal cultures and contexts. Nevertheless, the core spirit of the rule of law, supremacy of law and protection of private rights, remains consistent. In short, the rule of law is restricting power and protecting rights. Specification of the rule of law in the field of international investment. The traditional concept of rule of law emphasizes that restricts our regulatory power and the protection of private rights. In the specific context of international investment law, this translated to protecting investor rights and interests and restricting host states' regulatory power. So the development and extension of the rule of law in the field of international investment in the specific context of international investment law, there is also growing emphasis on safeguarding host states' regulatory power and imposing restriction on investor rights and interests. So protection of investor rights and interests by Chinese investments. How about the situation? So the modes of protecting investor rights and interests by BIT, as we know, in the BIT, generally it includes substantive clauses and procedure clauses, especially under substantive clauses, and includes FET, national treatment, most favored nation treatment, and non-expropriation, and so on. So, and procedure clauses, generally it includes investor state this arbitration, and also state-state arbitration. So development of BIT modes for protecting investor rights and interests. So far, I mean, the recent development trend, and that is narrowing the scope, protection, and imposing obligation on investors. This make BIT become more balanced compared to the past. So current status Chinese BIT mode for protecting investor rights and interests. First, among Chinese 109 currently effective BITs, 40 defines the scope of arbitration consent as any dispute related to investment or with minor restrictions. So we should pay attention to that among these number 109 BITs, only 40 give a broad consent, arbitration consent. So for this kind of BIT, it is very effective to protect Chinese overseas investment. Here I just give a typical example like Zhongshan Fucheng versus Nigeria. So the final award dated 26 March 2021, this case was decided in favor of Chinese investor. So I have no time to give specific details on these cases, but it is very well known. So this is an investment from Chinese investor in Nigeria. But to this investment free trade zone facilities, and the investment was harmed by regulatory measures by Nigeria local government. All kinds of regulatory measures. So the investor claimed the claims like according to the China or Nigeria BIT, and the Chinese investor argued that the investment was breached by the local government, and the measures adopted by the government violate all kinds of clauses under the BIT. So finally, the arbitral award the Chinese investor this money US dollar 74.5 million US dollars. So for this final arbitral award, the investor go to several domestic courts and to implement from UK, like from UK court, French court. And even the president's aircraft was applied for attachment to the investor. So far, the Italy side, the award has been, the arbitral award has been enforced already. So Italy side, one investor encounter unfair treatment or illegal expropriation in the whole state, Chinese investor can seek international investment arbitration through BITs to protect their own interests. So for Chinese investor, it is international investment arbitration is a very powerful tools or weapons for them to protect themselves. Secondly, I want to say among Chinese totally 109 effective BITs, another 69 define the scope of arbitration consent as disputes or expropriation compensation amount. So the arbitrable scope is very narrow. For this kind of BIT, Chinese ones, it's difficult for Chinese investors to go get protection from this kind of arbitration. So another typical case is this is Chinese investor versus Ghana. So finally, the arbitral tribunal, they denied the jurisdiction. So finally, the investor lose the case. So I just want to show you there are two types of BITs, the Chinese BIT. In fact, we can say China so far has the first generation and the second generation BIT. For this kind of BITs, the arbitral scope is very narrow, so it's difficult to use this kind of BIT to protect Chinese investors. So far, but recently China is very active in concluding BITs. So here I list 5 BITs. So, but these BITs, according to my understanding, is different from China's first and the second generation BIT, and also different from the third generation BIT, because first and second generation BIT protect the host state too much. But the third generation BIT, on the other hand, on the other extreme, protect the investor, mostly protect the investor. But these BITs, these new BITs try to keep balance. So on the one hand, to protect Chinese investor, on the other hand, try to keep regulatory power for the host state. And also, it is modernized. Sometimes it also consider some new issues. For example, climate change, environment protection, and labor protection, and so on. So, because of time reason, I will skip the specific examples. And these BIT try to keep balance. Some articles you can find give the investor rights, and also give the investor obligations. For the right, it's traditional because there are some treatment in the BIT, traditional BIT, to protect them. So for the new articles on these new BIT, for example, the investor shall abide by the domestic law and also have some obligations, for example, report on investment activities to the host state. So the restriction on the host state's regulated power by Chinese BITs, this is an old mode. I will skip this. And for the evolution of BIT, I mean the recent concluded BIT, Chinese BIT, on the one hand, it emphasizing regulatory powers, on the other hand, adding exception clause. These exception clauses try to keep regulatory power. Okay. So I will skip this. So finally, because time is, I give the conclusion. The international investment rule of law is a product of the depoliticization or international investment dispute settlement. So far, I mean, in the reality, it still plays a role in protecting investor rights on the investor instruments and restricting host state regulatory power. I mean, the reality, not the future BRICS investment arbitration framework. So through a pre-arranged treaty mechanism interpretation, incorporating international investment arbitration, the Chinese government, on the one hand, protect overseas investment without intervening in a large number of investment. This will here, I mean, diplomatic protection. Thereby, on the one hand, contributing to the achievement of the Belt and the Road Initiative and the facilitating development of international investment rule of law. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Professor An Siu Li. And the floor now goes to Professor Du Lijun, Public Affairs Director of Shanghai International Arbitration Center.
Thank you, moderator. I suppose I'm the last speaker of today's forum. So I know that you are tired for this all day long.
No, the Italian will
event.
finish. I am the last one. It's 5
Okay,
minutes.
I'm sorry.
I will sing a
so
song. I will give
prefer to speak Chinese,
okay,
my mother tongue, just to expedite the process. Okay. 尊敬的各位来宾，
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. First of all, on behalf of the Shanghai International Economic and Trade Arbitration Commission, SHIAC, I would like to first extend our sincere gratitude to the organizers for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to have this opportunity to look forward to the future of dispute resolution mechanisms, particularly arbitration among Global South nations. Next, I'd like to share 3 key aspects. First, the practical significance of constructing an arbitration cooperation mechanism among Global South countries. Second, the explorations and practices of the BRICS Dispute Resolutions Shanghai Center. And finally, some prospects for the future development of arbitration cooperation mechanisms among Global South countries. So let's start with the first topic related to the practical significance of constructing an arbitration cooperation mechanism among Global South countries. The world is in a period of transition. The current global economic recovery remains sluggish, and the international community faces numerous new challenges. The collective rise of Global South nations has become a significant force shaping the international political and economic landscape. Recent data shows that in terms of purchasing power parity, the BRICS countries, a vital component of the Global South, now account for a larger share of global GDP than the G7. It is projected that by 2032, 2 of the world's top 3 economies, China and India, will be from the Global South. It can be said that the concept of the Global South transcends geographical boundaries and economic categories. It refers more to a group of nations encompassing diverse values, cultural traditions, development levels, and multifaceted interests. They're united by development and non-external intervention. However, despite these convergences, there are also significant differences amongst the Global South countries in terms of economic development, legal systems, and cultural concepts. As commercial entities from these countries engage in global cooperation, they will inevitably encounter various commercial disputes. As an ancient Chinese saying goes, law is the foundation of just society. Establishing a universally applicable dispute resolution mechanism that matches daily economic and trade interaction of the Global South has become a crucial imperative for safeguarding their vital interests. Arbitration has unique advantages that make it the right tool for solving these disputes, such as autonomy of the parts, decisions by specialists, and trans-border executions. According to a report according to the 2025 International Arbitration Survey, jointly released by Queen Mary University of London and White and Case LLP, a striking 87% of respondents prefer to resolve cross-border disputes through internal arbitration, either on its own or in combination with other ADR methods. The proportion of those selecting arbitration as a standalone method has risen significantly from 31% in 2021 to 39% this year, clearly demonstrating that the increasing popularity of the international arbitration. Precisely for this reason, building a sound legal framework for arbitration, fostering judiciary supportive support of internal arbitration have become essential means for all Global South countries. In the last few years, or rather over the last 10 years, Many legislative reforms have occurred. Russia, for example, revised its federal law related to international commercial arbitration. Brazil modernized its Arbitration Act. India also changed its Arbitration Conciliation Act. South Africa passed the International Arbitration Act, and China completed in September of this year the most recent revision of its arbitration law. These reforms all follow the UNCITRAL model law on arbitration. They try to create common ground. So this is how arbitration has become an important link for the modernization of the economic and trade law among Global South nations. The creation of a mechanisms of arbitration mechanism is a way to increase the international voice of Global South countries, allowing their countries to create their own rules and allows them to promote the integration of their legal cultures. The mechanisms that are dominated by the West present high costs, as well as protracted procedures and cultural mismatches. The power to formulate and interpret international commercial arbitration rules has long been largely concentrated in the global north, in institutions such as the LCIA, ICC in Paris, or SEC in Stockholm, and AAA in the United States. Even the Asian centers, such as the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center and the Singapore International Arbitration Center, follow Western standards. So the Global South countries, with their diverse legal traditions and commercial realities, need to create and promote rules that are more aligned to their needs instead of just adapting themselves to existing models. Through cooperation, Global South countries can foster innovation and convergence in arbitration rules. By incorporating, for example, the combination between mediation and arbitration, or by using digital technologies to increase efficiency, or even the inclusion of sustainable development topics. In this way, the Global South can inject more voices and can also include the Southern wisdom in the World Arbitration Mechanism. In this way, it will promote mutual understanding, trust, and judicial predictability for international trade. It's worth mentioning that because of the large number of countries involved, the most efficacious approach would be first the creation of regional arbitral cooperation mechanisms that could then be coordinated amongst themselves. The existing mechanisms, such as the BRICS and the China-Africa Arbitration Cooperation Mechanism, can act as organizers and facilitators to help establish new regional arbitration cooperation frameworks and to also include non-participating countries. As mentioned, the BRICS Arbitration Cooperation Mechanism is a vital part of the broader Global South framework. The BRICS Dispute Resolution Shanghai Center represents also a solid step in this direction. Under the guidance of the China Law Society, created during the second judicial forum of BRICS, this center works as a working platform for SHIACs to conduct arbitration and diversified mechanisms for dispute resolution amongst the BRICS nations. Since its inauguration in October of 2015, the center has already carried out many initiatives, including the establishment of a specialist committee comprised of 23 Chinese and foreign legal professions, and it includes members from the Brazilian Bar Association. It also involves members from the Russian Federal Notary Association, the Indian Bar Association, and the African Alternative Dispute Resolution Organization. This committee of specialists meets periodically to guide the workings of the center. Another initiative includes the increase of the body of the number of arbitrators in the BRICS countries. Since 2015, SHIAC has done 2 renovations and had 2 increases in its panel of arbitrators. Currently, the center has 1,463 arbitrators from 80 countries and regions, with 382 foreign members. The creation of rules that reconcile the different regulations reflects a synthesis between the Chinese institutional model and the Western model centered on the different parties. It seeks a balance between the autonomy of the parties, the power of the arbitral tribunal, and the function of the arbitration institution. This is based on the Chinese principle of harmony, which is the most precious thing. The new regulation introduces a specific chapter related to mediation, regardless of the arbitral process. Since its implementation, SHAIC has begun 3 different mediation processes in isolation, obtaining agreement in more than half of the cases. They are usually concluded with approved verdicts in less than a month. And this integration between mediation and arbitration also meets the increasing demands for quick solutions and effective solutions when it comes to commercial disputes. I would also like to take this opportunity to share a very typical case. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly altered the order of international commerce, international trade. So I'd like to use this moment to reinforce the 4th point, which is the use of digital technology to increase the efficiency, the administration of cases. During the pandemic, we were able to digitalize all of the processes that were done in person. International arbitration also went through a quick digital transformation. In May of 2023, the Shanghai International Arbitration Center, which is SHIAC, officially launched its smart digital platform, the e-platform. With this platform, SHIAC was able to implement a completely online management of cases. It has more than 5,000 cases that are being administered through this system, this digital platform. We have 5,816 parties registered and more than 722 arbitrators. From the institution's perspective, the platform allows big data analysis, and it offers a broader understanding of the type of dispute, as well as the location of the parties and the average case handling time. This helps to improve the service being provided. From the parties' perspective, features such as online case filing, online document submission, and virtual hearings also represent a more efficient arbitration proceeding. From the arbitrator's perspective, it is possible to quickly locate electronic files. And the AI functions that are integrated into the platform help with legal research and the syntheses of the different parties' documents. So with the support of this e-platform, the average time from case acceptance and conclusion of the cases accepted by Shanghai International Arbitration Center in 2024 was 150 days. This is in stark contrast to the average case handling period publicly released by leading Western international arbitration institutions such as LCIA and ICC, which exceeds 20 months. For the parties to enjoy all of the benefits of the platform securely and in compliance with the legal norms, SHAIC also published a series of documents. I would also like to take this opportunity to share a typical case that was recently concluded by SHAIC involving an international trade dispute between a Chinese company and an Uruguayan enterprise with a claim value reaching 15 million RMBs. The claimant was a well-known private enterprise from Shanghai. The first respondent of the case was a company registered in Uruguay, and the second respondent was a prominent Chinese listed company which held shares in the first respondent and had provided a guarantee for the transaction between the claimant and the first respondent. The parties established a product supply relationship through signing a cooperation agreement, and it was also decided that the advance payment made by the claimant would also serve as a loan to the first respondent for expanding its production capacity. The parties, or rather, this article was a central point of the dispute because it created intense divergences in the understanding of the payment. What was an advance payment? Was it an advance payment or was it a loan? The respondent even raised a challenge to the tribunal's jurisdiction. Given the cross-border nature of the case and the complexity of this commercial transaction, SHIAC exercised its administering duty by appointing a lawyer arbitrator with extensive experience in renowned international dispute resolution institutions. After the tribunal was constituted, it actively managed the case procedure by convening a preliminary procedure conference where the tribunal sought the parties' opinions on the language of the evidence and the applicable law and the means of correspondence. Prior to the oral hearing, the tribunal also proactively organized a mediation session between the parties. Although a full settlement wasn't ultimately reached, this mediation process helped the parties reach a consensus on several fundamental facts, such as the amount paid by the claimant and the quantity of goods delivered by the respondent. So it demonstrated remarkable efficiency, and the tribunal rendered its award just 2 months after the hearing. Subsequently, the respondent voluntarily complied with its payment obligations. This case stands as a strong testament to the effective coordination between the parties and the arbitration institution and the arbitral tribunal under SHIAC's 2024 arbitration rules. It also stands as one of SHIAC's many successful cases in South America. Since its implementation, SHIAC has initiated 33 mediation procedures in isolation, and it has obtained agreements in more than half of the cases, which were concluded with verdicts that were approved in less than a month, as has been already said. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the crest of historic transformations. I believe that this integration between BRICS nations and between mediation arbitration meet the growing demand for rapid and effective solutions in relation to commercial disputes. We believe that the creation of rules that reconcile the Western and Eastern legal traditions can contribute a lot to international arbitration. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will ask to the organization to send and to share this presentation. You will have, let me say, more info. What I would like to do is not talk about ourselves. Just to give you an idea, we are brought like 90 cases in the last years in front of European Court. So as a law firm, we're based in Milan and Brussels, most of us, and we work as a corporate lawyers, but as sanction and duties lawyers. So My idea is 5 minutes just to let you know what's happening on the other side of the bridge. So what's happening in Brussels, what's happening in Italy, which is the situation. So let me say that the most important things is, as lawyer, we have to strongly still believe in rule of law and go to court where something is not working. Because the good news is that we obtained some victories. European Court of Justice is trying to making a border. So obviously we have an abuse of the system of sanction law, considering that it never happened in European history that more than 2,000 people are now sanctioned for the Russian situation. And what we are facing is that European Court of Justice now is considering that the use is, let me say, an excess, is absolutely an abuse. So now we are discussing, just to give you an example, we made an hearing in the Court of Justice with all the panel of the 15 judges. That is very particular case. So normally the judges are 3, could be 5 and sometimes. Now there are 15 judges discussing if being an entrepreneur operating in an economic sector, giving a substantial source to the government of the Russian Federation is enough to be listed. So just because you are a big guys in an economic sector giving source of revenues to the government of the Russian Federation. So this is to give you an idea. They decided to make together all the 15 judges to decide if this kind of criteria is too wide, is too generic, okay? Because the purpose of sanction is that you should change your behavior in order to comply to the rule of law of, in this case, of European Union. So first point is that maybe something is changing and the approach of judges in European Union is a little bit more, let me say, aware of the rules. We obtained some victory. The most famous is the one of the Russian pilot of Formula 1. Okay, so the young guy that was listed just because his father was one of the entrepreneur giving source of revenue. So first of all, let me say that as lawyer, we have to strongly still believe in rule of law in court. So don't quit. The second point is that obviously, as a lawyer, what we are facing is that because of the situation, the bridge is not working in a very proper way. So we're facing a lot of difficulties in the recognition of arbitration awards coming obviously from Russia and also from other countries. So we have like a suspension of the Hague Convention, of the Lugano Convention. And so it's very important in dispute resolution to try to let me say, to manage the choice of the arbitration place in order if you have to then to enforce your decision inside European Union or inside the Western country, let me say, to be very, very careful about this point. So maybe what are you are working at, and Prashant just give us this effort to be here for the next BRICS convention to have something concrete, is that creating maybe a new environment to take decision, and obviously, as we were talking about, just to talk with the Western country, with European Union, in order that if you really can, let me say, can guarantee a good faith and a neutral situation to decide it, then obviously it's very important that this can be enforced also on the other parts of the world, because being multilateral, it means that every, let me say, every side of this polygon has to, to be at your table. So stay in court and keep on fighting, because we can have some good solution. Second point, in dispute resolution, obviously execution of arbitration and of decision, it's a very big matter now. The other point is that we can have a denial of justice, because you cannot, as a lawyer, work for sanctioned entities apart, obviously, of juridical action in front of the court, but then we have the case of the Russian law firm that has to be, you know, that it's something to be concerned, to be worried about, but you cannot give any other kind of legal assistance. So if a Russian corporation wants to make some legal opinion, we cannot do it. We cannot release legal opinion to the Russian Federation, to Russian company, just because of this situation. So also on this point, I think it's important, the cooperation and the dialogue between all the people, you know, of this system, because the good thing, I think, that lawyers have a common base, so that we love law, we practice law, and law is a common language. It's not the common law, as my friend Prashant was saying, it's a common language. And so maybe this is something that where we can find a place to discuss. So I just leave you with the, there is a lot to talk about. Just to give you an idea, for the people who are not used to sanctions, we have two rules in Europe. One is about the embargo, okay? And the other one is about the listed person. So we have embargo on products, and we have the frozen assets and the incapability of these company and entities to work inside European Union, and also to work with all the, these are the two ones, with all the companies, also all the European companies working abroad has to respect European law on this. So this is the environment we have to work with. Let me say, it's nice to have a look after. This is the case. This is this resolution. I move, and move. Best case. No, let me say, just this final speech as just moving from sanction. Let me say that it's an honor, and it's very strange for me to be here as not just the only Italian, but the only European, okay, in this beautiful gathering. I think it's very important. I'm member of the Italian-China Chamber of Commerce. I'm member of the Russian-Italian Chamber of Commerce. So I strongly believe that this kind of cooperation and this kind of exchange of ideas, and the fact that we are talking about finding solutions, because lawyers are solving problems, it's the right way to approach the future. So I just would like to thank you for all this day, telling you there is an happy hour on the 5th floor, and telling you that I'm very honored to be here with you and to sharing and to listen to your experience, to sharing a little bit of mine, and keep on fighting for the law in every side, and keep on trusting law in every side. So thank you very much. Enjoy tonight. Thank you. BRICS plus Massimo.